had no idea really what Pony Club was about. Until you're in it, you don't really know.
My mother needed a way to keep me, shall we say, entertained.
All you're thinking about is horses. It's almost an obsession.
If that's where the horses are at, that's where I'm gonna be.
They do notice the people, but they notice the horses first.
When she found her friends in Pony Club and found a lot of self-confidence, no one was able to touch her.
I see with my own eyes the development of young leaders to come out of this organization. They get stuff done and they give back to the community.
It's the skills, the confidence that they build for what they need in their lives, and that's what's important to us.
Well, I do this because this is who I am. I am Clark Kent currently. When I put my show clothes on, I am Super Julia.
I think we're a big family. Like, we all take care of each other. And, you know, just between the horses and the people in the industry, I think it's a great thing.
You always love the horses, but the people become a larger part of your life. And it's like a family around here.
It's definitely given us a common bond and something that we can do together.
It's just a great breed and a great family of people to be involved with.
It is my passion, it's my everyday, it's my way of living, it's my life, it's my business.
I've been able to make my living with my hobby, and that's been the most wonderful thing in my life.
It's my whole life. It's not really, you know, an option for me anymore. It's just what I am.
It's easy to be proud of the best horse in the world.
We are AQHA proud.
I am AQHA proud.
We are AQHA proud.
I am AQHA proud.
I am AQHA proud.
I am absolutely 100% AQHA proud.
So for most of us, our property is our most valuable asset. And as horse owners, we all know that our horses are going to take up a significant amount of that property. Welcome out to Prefert Perfect Pen, where I teamed up with our friends at Prefert Manufacturing to put together this show, where we're going to look at 4 main key ingredients that no matter what the discipline, you should always consider when building or redoing your perfect pen. The very first thing that we're going to look at is location. Location, location, location. Where on our property are we going to put our next pen? Right over my shoulder is where I've decided to put a 300 by 150 foot pad for a roping arena. That's kind of a standard size. And things to think about there is there dirt work involved? Is there hillsides involved? Do you have to cut and fill? Location is very, very important because it can add cost, and those costs just on the dirt work can add up really, really fast. The second thing that you want to focus on is how are we going to lay out the arena? Is the arena going to be laid out north to south, east to west? Are you going to be roping into the sun? Are you going to be riding into the sun? Does the wind blow in your area? Which ends are the boxes going to be at? What kind of arena are you putting in, first of all? Are you going to be moving cattle? Where do your gates go? Are you going to do panels or are you going to do steel? So how are you going to set all of your corner posts, your H braces, all of that stuff that goes into building this arena? The third thing, and of course, one of the most important things is our ground once we actually get the arena finished. What kind of ground are we going to put in it? What kind of sand? Are we going to be riding rainers where we want to have a hard pan so we can slide in that sand? Or are we going to be doing a lot of barrel racing or cutting where we maybe have a little bit deeper sand and sand that binds a little bit with a little bit more clay? And then, of course, the fourth thing is the budget. How much is this thing going to cost? And what is the cost difference between doing steel or panels or any of it, the dirt work, the sand, and everything that goes into it. The whole goal of Prefert's Perfect Pen was to put together a bunch of different arenas and let you, the viewers, see what different people do in different locations. We're going to start off episode number 1 here by flying out to Santa Ynez, California, to a good friend of mine, Anthony Borgatello's, where they just put together a beautiful arena. And this arena has a lot of special things that have already happened in the short time that it's been built. So folks, thanks for tuning in to Prefert's Perfect Pen. We're going to head on over to California.
So we made it out here to sunny California, where we've actually got 2 arena projects going on.
What makes this arena build even more special are the characters involved. Anthony and Christina Borgatello bought this ranch in Santa Ynez, California a little under a year ago. And of course, Anthony has the team roping bug. He's been team roping for about 4 years now. So he had to have a roping arena, but it had to look nice on the property. He commissioned a mutual great friend of ours, Wayne Thiem, from Gateway Arch and Fence out of Gallatin Gateway, Montana, to bring his family and crew down and basically live with them for about 2 months to build this beautiful arena and do all the gates, entryways, and archways into this property.
The first thing that makes it really unique is one of my best friends is building it, and that means a lot to me. A lot of time and thought has gone into it. I've been to not a ton of arenas, but the arenas that I've been to, and I paid attention to how they were designed and what worked and what didn't work, and kind of took bits and pieces and advice from a few of my close friends. My perfect pen is a pipe arena with Prefert shooting boxes.
My name's Wayne Thiem. I'm owner of Gateway Arch and Fence Company. We're down here in beautiful Santa Ynez, California, doing an arena for a great friend, probably more of a brother. Yeah, so Anthony, the way his property lays out, the way the wind blows, we kind of want to keep things with dust, cattle, anything else. And he's trying to be very considerate to the neighbors also. So kind of where he's putting things laid out, how the thought process has worked out is he is making it very, I don't want to say hidden by any means, but even for the neighbors, between the oak trees, between the roll of the hill, how the pens are laid out, he's not going to see them, and people pulling in aren't going to see them, and the neighbors shouldn't have a problem with them either.
My house is probably 100 yards from the arena, so I wanted the aesthetics of it to be right on, to be perfect. I wanted an arena that ran east and west, and with the east and west, I was kind of playing around with a barn on one side. On the other side of the arena, I have natural drainage that my property drains. It flows really nicely with the way the arena is laid out and the property is laid out.
He didn't do a lot of 90s in his corrals, or his arena, I should say, up his alleys. Nice thing about that, it just seems to make cattle flow so much better.
We decided to put our lead up on the header side of the arena. My lead up is 10 feet wide. I thought 10 feet was a good measurement. Steers don't turn around, and it doesn't take a whole bunch of people to push steers up and whatnot. And then halfway up the arena, I put an exit gate that goes out of the lead up into the arena. In case one of us forget to set gates properly, it gives us enough time to bail out and go set gates, and then we can keep on going. Up there at the top where they make that corner, we put like a V pattern in there to funnel them in there, and it's really nice and gradual, so those steers won't ball up and try to bail out on us. And then we of course put gates in proper places, so when we're pushing the steers up, we can close gates behind us in case one does sneak by us. We're not going all the way back down the arena. So gates are super important, and placement of gates, and believe you me, it's been a long process to what we feel is what's going to work the best. So my soil is really rocky here, and the last thing that I wanted to do was have rocks pop up in my arena. So what we ended up doing was putting a base down. It's a very unique type of base that is manufactured in a rock plant not too far from here, and they call it a rock dust. And basically this rock dust, you lay it down and you put water to it, and it's a really hard surface. So there's definitely pros and cons to that, but I needed to put that rock base down, that rock dust down, to get that base so I wouldn't have any rocks that would come through that. And then from there, I put 4 inches of yellow arena sand, and that comes from another plant down in Santa Barbara, right out of a hillside actually, that they process and make this special arena sand for arenas.
One thing about Wayne Thiem is he is always trying to find a new and better way to do something. He came up with an ingenious way to make wrapping steers easier than ever before.
Now we're getting ready to rope here. I'm going to wrap some steers, and we got this slick pull down system here. No need to climb up on the rail. Makes it easy. We're right here. Easy peasy. We designed it so these steers are broken in and they're pretty gentle, so we did the lower end on this side, and then if we were going to bring up fresh steers, we'd fold down the outside where it's on the second to top rail here, which is a little bit higher, so you can still get in here safely, you can get out of the way quickly, and less chance of them jumping out with this higher fold down here on this side. Very cool.
What do you like about this catch pen?
I love it because the steers are elevated and I'm right here. As the header, you can take the rope off right here and you're not reaching down. It's high enough where the steers won't jump out.
Good way to finish, huh?
Practice here.
Old Brindle's getting tired.
Yeah.
Brindle's getting tired. He's been roped once.
Once too many by some mules.
Right, don't you think? Hey man, what a cool setup though, huh?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, no, everything works good where you're either riding good horses or riding young horses or beginners, come out and rope, or slide the boxes forward and try and go at them. When Anthony decided to build this place, we kind of started looking at different setups, whether it was the width and the length and how much difference horsepower you need, where if you do a full 300-foot arena, you cut your runs by you can maybe only run 10 instead of 15. You'd be surprised how how much further that 15 feet is or 20 feet is on the length of your arena to run down there, and how much that takes it out of a horse compared to bringing it back to like 265 or 270, and you can run 15, 17 practice steers versus that extra 30 feet or 20 feet. We always ask our head horses for so much, we ask them for their lives every time we drop their hands, and just that little bit of short distance. But I mean, this arena is 300, and then we set the boxes inside. It's I think it's 270, 265 or 270 from the tip of the chute to the catch pin, and then it's 145 wide, and then the box is set off 43 feet. So we're preparing every year to win $100,000 plus at the finale. We go to different ropings to get there, and those setups may be a little bit different, but we wanted to say, okay, what are we truly practicing for? Back to that old saying, practice for a purpose. So we needed to have our boxes set back when we go to Vegas and nod our head for $100,000 or $200,000 a man. We know what's going on.
Well, friends, we've talked about the location, the layout, and the footing in this arena, but what about the budget? Well, here it is, everybody. You cannot put a price on happiness.
any better way to wrap up this great shootout here just outside of Santa Barbara, California, in Santa Ynez over the hill, an arena that was built out of love and passion. Love of the game of team rope and passion for the game, but most of all because of the family. Just 2 days ago, we were in here, had a beautiful wedding ceremony for Christina and Anthony Borgatello, and then the next morning we were out here roping. And this is what it's all about, building the perfect pen so you can have fun, so you can compete, so you can practice, so you can either just enjoy it here with your friends, your family, your children, or you can get legged up and get ready to go to the roping pen, to the USTRC Signature Ropings or the World Series, getting ready for that big money at the World Series finale. Guys and gals, if you're out there and you have a pen that you're going to build on your property, reach out to us. We would love to come out, get you hooked up with Prefert, and help you build your perfect pen. I'm Drew Stu. We will see you down the road at the next Prefert's Perfect Pen.
She's the full sibling to Big Shot. Big Shot and her, probably could say polar opposites. His mind works real calm and slow, and she can maybe do stuff physically easier than he can, but her mind goes really fast. So she spent a lot of time with me just doing slow stuff. I tracked more cattle steer stopping on her than I do most of them. I trotted more fence line on her than I do most of them, and she needed that slow work for longer, and she was ready to go on with and come down here, and then had the little injury that put her behind a little bit. But I mean, in all honesty, with her being healed up good, it probably really didn't hurt her in the grand scheme of things, because her mind goes really fast, so she benefits from going slow. She's broke enough and has the ability, you can speed anything up at any time you need to. We just want to make sure that we don't let her get ahead of herself physically.
And when she's coming back, I mean, same as anything, once they've had a little time off, we don't just jump in there and just go at them. We'll come back and reinforce that, and when that's good, then we'll go to the next step. And then by the end of the week, 2 weeks, we'll be putting runs on both events on her. But I mean, it's just one of those things to where if their mind goes fast, you got to just show them, this, remember this part, and then now let's do it together. And she just benefits a lot by trying to go slow, whether it be heeling or heading.
A common mistake that's made in roping and horse training is just because you can get them to do something physically doesn't mean that it's good for them mentally. And fortunately enough, I think he and I are both disciplined enough to know that you could really mash on that mare and have her looking like she was $1 million, but it mentally wouldn't be good for her if we sustain the good stuff in her and keep her going slow. A year from now, she'll be priceless. But you just got to be disciplined enough to recognize what kind of mind your horse has in the process of it all.
I think even over the last year or two, I've learned a ton, because when we first started Relentless Insights, we started it when Firecracker was a 3-year-old, and we just broke him that year. And man, everything seemed to come really fast to that horse, and I just kept going with him. And really forgetting sometimes how many rides he had on him, and I think I did him a disservice. And it's not like he's still going to be a great horse, and he still is a great horse because of that, or in spite of that. But I've had to go back and do the stuff that I skipped. I mean, at some time or another, a skip step is going to have to come back and get filled in. So I might as well do it along the way, so it's just a gradual climb instead of having to tear something down and start back.
I always tell people that there's collateral damage in horses. No matter how you do it, a lot of horses are made fast and made good, but by not doing it right, you'll always pay for it some way or another. A lot of people have the mentality, we'll see how much pressure they can take, and when they break, we'll go back and fix them. And that's a mindset that will damage a horse long term, because you can always go back and fix stuff, but they never unlearn a bad habit.
Been a scar there.
Yeah, if they know a bad habit, you might get them past it, but they'll always know how to revert back to it if you give them the chance. And so as far as training young horses and selling them, if you do it right all along, there's never been a hole in them. You can sell a product that's so solid that you can guarantee that if he ends up with a bad habit, it's taken you some timeline to create it because he's never had it before. And so that's why it's so important on the young horses to do it right, so you don't have to have something that you don't like in them.
I think really if you look at the history of the Steiners, we've never talked about anything but being great. We expect it.
I didn't raise Rocker rodeoing. It was the furthest thing I ever thought Rocker would do. Then my dad came up with this bright idea about putting him on some bareback horses, and it's been a project ever since.
I would say I'm a wild person, so thought it felt pretty good.
It's way better watching your kids and grandkids have achievements. It's a euphoric feeling.
I never thought I was going to carry on the family rodeo deal, but I guess it hit me in the back of the head.
Success is definitely not for the lazy around here. Around here, we work for it. We rope every single day. Pretty much every day we're working on a way to improve or to get better. Knowing it's not all about me, it's not all about my roping. There's a time where you work on you, and then there's a time where it's for your horse and you do what they need you to do. Our horses are our partner. They're the reason that we get to do what we do. We couldn't do it without them, obviously. And so keeping them happy and keeping them comfortable is top of the priority list. Being able to keep the flies off of them and taking that away is a big thing. We don't have that problem of swishing their tail or shaking their head to try to get them off of them because we don't have them. If my horse could talk, he would thank Spalding fly predators.
Spalding fly predators. Kill them before they hatch.
I'm Hope Thompson, and this is BreakawayRoping.com. So this is a horse that I just bought. He's a green horse at this event. He was a ranch horse that they started in the breakaway, and they did a really good job with him. But the difference, like comparing those two runs, the first one, I let him break wide and like right hip the calf. So if you watch the timing, like I roped across him with the calf to the left, and he was a lot freer. And my main job when I ride this horse is to teach him to cross the calf and hold the calf in that position, like behind the calf. And I didn't do a great job of it on the first one. The second one, I felt like I crossed the calf. I held the calf a jump, meaning like got him to that spot, took an extra swing to show him that I just wanted him to hold the calf in that spot, and then rope the calf. And I felt that his timing was a lot better.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime on a young horse, and you know, this is one that I mean, Hallie Fulton trained, and she ropes a little different than you do, and you're teaching him, you know, a different way. I feel that it's really, really important for repetition. You know, like when you ride the young horses, you do the same thing every single time and not just practice for you. I feel that's some trouble that a lot of girls or people in general get into when they're trying to train horses and compete, is, you know, they start trying to practice on a young horse or a green horse. And I think anytime you're riding a young horse or a green horse, you don't try to practice, you try to rope for the horse. Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%, I agree. And it's just discipline, because when you get a horse like at this level, he's still green and you're still teaching him things, but he feels ready.
Yeah, he feels
and so you
good.
have to be disciplined yourself, knowing that, you know, he's not to the point to where you can just go and make those practice runs and instill those things in him. Like, he's at the point he feels really good and almost ready, but me as the roper has to be disciplined enough to still give him a consistent feel and show him what I want every time.
Yeah, and in doing that, I mean, it makes for, you know, a lot better horse, and also it helps any of you that compete if you will keep training separate from your competition. It will keep you at the top of your game. I mean, so many people make the mistakes of, like I said, trying to practice on a green horse. And if you're going to make practice runs for the rodeos, don't use a green horse. You know, use a practice horse. It's a really, you know, like a good practice horse or one of your good horses.
For more tips and training, visit breakawayroping.com.
Soft Ride is committed to providing innovative products to improve the well-being of horses, beginning with the health and comfort of a horse's foot. The Soft Ride Comfort Boot, Ice Spa, and new center-loaded soft riders are not just for therapeutic use, they can also be used as a daily routine to keep horses healthy. No matter if you are hauling your horses down the road, relaxing after a hard workout, or treating laminitis, let Soft Ride help you.
If you share a passion for horses, it's important for all of us to be aware of the federal issues that surround and impact horses, as well as the industry that involves them. Your voice, your involvement, your ability to take action when Congress or federal agencies are making decisions is crucially important to shaping the future for the horses we love and care for. Not sure how you can help? Join the American Horse Council's Congressional Cavalry today. It's our grassroots network of members, and it's free to folks like you. Join the Congressional Cavalry today and let your voice be heard.
How do we help horses thrive? We tackle problems using science. Plus, our love of horses pushes us until we get it right. We're always innovating, always researching. Even with our most established feeds, our PhDs are dedicated to the scientific method. But to help a horse reach their full potential, you need both science and love, so your horse can live their best life.
These lower body dumbbell exercises are a great way to start progressively increasing your strength, your balance, and your mobility and confidence in the saddle. By utilizing these dumbbells, you're able to progressively increase weight as these exercises get a little bit easier. Not only does this increase your confidence riding at speeds, but also increases and improves your arena presence as you go around on your horse. If you're looking to improve or work on your endurance muscularly as you ride, I recommend doing these exercises in a circuit fashion. Pick 4 or 5 exercises, do each of them 10 to even up to 20 reps each. Go right into the next exercise, repeating the same amount of reps. When you finish, rest for 1 to 2 minutes, depending on the number of exercises you're doing. Then go right back to the beginning and begin that circuit again. If you're really looking to increase your strength and the confidence you have in your seat in the saddle, I recommend picking 3 to 4 exercises, starting with 1, doing it 12 to 15 times for reps, taking a 30-minute break or rest, and going into the next set. Once you finish 3 to 4 sets, you can go into the next exercise. Really focus on keeping your mind on the muscle in motion. For our goblet squats, you're going to take a single dumbbell and hold it below your chin, hands underneath the top portion of the dumbbell to begin. From there, let's take our feet underneath our hips or a slightly wider. We're going to sink back in our heels, keeping our toes up in the air, dropping knees to elbow, driving up from our heels, heel, hammy, glute to the very top of your squat. Inhale down, drive up and exhale. For our sumo squats, we're going to use a single dumbbell. This dumbbell will be held lower than our goblet squats at hip height. We're going to turn our toes out, roll our shoulders back, bring our chest up, sink into our heels, all the way down, keeping the dumbbell from hitting the ground. Drive up through your heel, hamstrings, and glutes, squeezing them at the top. Inhale down, exhale up. For our bottom half squats, we're going to use a single dumbbell held at chin level, hands underneath the top portion of the dumbbell. For this squat, I want your feet slightly wider than your hips, toes pointed more forward than out. You're going to sink down in your heels, keeping your weight in the heel and ball of your feet. Keep your chest up nice and tall with the weight without rounding your back. We're going to sink down, elbows to knees, come up halfway, and sink back down. Keep constant tension on all of your muscles. Focus on engaging your glutes, your quads, and your hamstrings the entire time. For our single leg dumbbell deadlifts, we'll be using 1 dumbbell. For this, I suggest taking off the shoe of your anchor leg or anchor foot. This gives you a lot better contact with the ground, helping you improve your control and your balance through the deadlift. To begin, we're going to roll our shoulders back, keep our chest up, and pull our belly button to our spine. You want to hold the dumbbell in the opposite hand of the anchor leg. From here, with our chest up nice and tall, we're going to release our opposite foot and drive down until we can feel tension on our hamstrings. From here, you're going to drive up from your heel, heel, hamstring, glute. You can either tap your foot at the top or continue with more tension by letting it stay in the air. Again, we're going to sink and drive up with the dumbbell just below your kneecap. For our dumbbell deadlifts, we're going to work our entire posterior chain, from our upper back, through our low back, into our glutes and our hamstrings. To begin this, you're going to want to stand nice and tall, shoulders back, chest up, and belly button to spine. We want to keep this position the entire time through our deadlift. We want to keep our hands and dumbbells on the middle of our thighs. Feet are going to be roughly hip width apart underneath our glutes. We're going to drive back through our heels, hip hinging, pushing our butt back and letting our upper body lower. Once your hands get just below your knees and you can feel tension in your hamstrings, you're going to engage your glutes, driving up, heel, hamstring, squeezing your glutes at the top, keeping your chest tall. At the bottom of our deadlift, we want to be sure that we have either a flat or slightly arched low back and our chest is still pushed over. You want to avoid rolling your back in any form. Again, drive up heel, hamstring, squeezing your glutes at the top. To begin your reverse lunges with dumbbells, you're going to hold your dumbbells at each side of your body and keep them there throughout the entire exercise. To begin, roll your shoulders back, bring your chest up, and keep your belly button pulled to your spine. From there, you're going to step back far enough to allow both legs to be bent at a 90-degree angle each. Sink back into your heel of your front anchor leg. From there, drive up, heel, hamstring, glutes, squeezing your glutes at the top and tapping before going back into your next reverse lunge. To do walking lunges with dumbbells, you're going to hang on to one dumbbell in each hand and hold them at your side. You're going to roll your shoulders back, bring your chest up, and pull your belly button into your spine. From there, you're going to step forward, sinking into your heel, driving up through your heel, hamstring, glutes, and either tap at the top or continue through with your lunge step as you go. You want to make sure your knees are at a 90-degree angle for both front and back leg. You can do these lunges back and forth in whatever space you have to do them in. To begin your Cossack lunges with a dumbbell, you're going to use one single dumbbell and hold it in the goblet position. From here, you're going to take your anchor leg, or the leg that you're squatting and lunging back into, and point your toe forwards from your body. From here, take your opposite leg, pointing it outward. You're going to squat back and lunge into that anchor leg, driving through your heel and the ball of your foot to come back up to your starting position. For our dumbbell split squats, we're going to hold a dumbbell in each hand. We're going to begin by rolling our shoulders back, bringing our chest up, and pulling our belly button to our spine. You're going to start in a split stance, making sure that when you drop down, you're able to keep both legs at a 90-degree angle. Sink into the heel of your front foot and the toe of your back foot. From here, drive up through the toe and heel, squeezing your glutes at the top. To do a Bulgarian split squat with added weight, I recommend using dumbbells as they're a lot easier to manage as you go through the exercise. You're going to need a bench or a box or something sturdy to put your feet on as you do the exercise. To start, grab each dumbbell, one in each hand, backside faces the bench, putting one of your legs back on top of that bench. You're going to hop out to where you can put your weight in your heel. From there, roll those shoulders back, bring your chest up, and pull your belly button to spine. You're going to sink down into your heel, exhale as you drive up through that heel, and continue through your exercise into your heel, driving back up. To do step-ups with dumbbells, you're going to hold one dumbbell in each hand. From there, face your bench, chest tall. Make sure you step up, putting your entire foot on the bench. From there, drive through your heel into your hamstrings, squeezing your glutes at the top. Step all the way back down with both feet before beginning your next rep. You're going to keep your dumbbells at your side through the entire exercise. To do your side step-ups using a dumbbell, I recommend just using one dumbbell. Hold it in a goblet position so it stays out of the way of your leg stepping up to the side. From here, you're going to take your leg closest to the bench, put your foot entirely on the bench, drive through your heel into your hamstring, squeezing your glute at the top. Be sure to step all the way down with both feet before beginning your next rep.
I heard something the other day from my dad that a lot of people ask him what his best win is, and he always says, my next one. That's kind of how I look at it.
To be part of a cowboy legacy for me and my family is a way of life.
We enjoy what we're doing, but there's no secrets but hard work.
To be able to carry on that legacy, I try to stand by that.
The roping to me is not that important. Wanting to be a good person, the roping will take care of itself.
So I want to talk about assessing your horse's hind end for soreness, what to check and what it means. The first thing that I like to do actually is to check the lower back. That kind of tells us if the back is tight. So basically just off of the vertebrae about 2 inches or so. You can use, I don't use the tips of my fingers, I use the flat pads of my fingers. But you can push and drag down and see if your horse is sore in the lower back right in this area. He is. A lot of times that soreness is coming from the hind end. So I always check that first to see if it's sore at all. It is. Most likely fixing the hind end is going to take that muscle soreness away in the back. Other places to check, here's the point of the hip on a horse. You can slide your fingers down and find the bone. His is really easy to see right here. So here's the point of the hip. Go above it in the soft tissue and around behind, you're going to push really hard and see if he has any give there. And he's not too bad. I can see how I can dig really hard across that soft tissue as hard as I can, and he's fine. So that's excellent. The other thing you can check, so from the point of the hip, if you go up to the backbone, just on the other side, and you push down, they shouldn't give at all. He has a lot of give right there. I shouldn't be able to drop him, putting pressure just on the other side of the spine in that muscle. So that tells me that this pelvis is actually tipped and he needs some chiropractic care to get his hips back where they should be. The other thing to check is his sacrum. So these vertebrae right here, the lumbar, these are the sacral vertebrae. And these first 5 sacral vertebrae are fused. It's where the pelvis attaches at the SI joint. So you should be able to push straight down towards the ground on either side of the sacrum, on the soft tissue, and he shouldn't give, and he does here. That's quite a bit of give. So if your horse has soreness when you palpate and push into the muscle straight down towards the ground along the sacrum or over the point of the hip or just in front of the hip on the other side, even actually in the lower back, you need to get him to have things put back where they belong. So this horse, when we assessed him, had soreness through his lower back. He had soreness down the left side of his sacrum. He also had soreness on the other side of the spine right here, which tells me that that pelvis on this side actually is not quite right at the SI joint. So we'll assess him now. This is how he should have been. So if your horse is okay, again, about 2 inches down off the spine, push really hard, flat fingered with the flats of your pads and sink down in them. And this is how that lower back should be. And this is the case a lot of times when the pelvis is not quite where it belongs, it makes this lower back sore. So his lower back, you can dig pretty hard on it. He doesn't care. When I go up from the point of his hip to his backbone, just the other side, and I push, he really gave a lot when we first checked him. I can push down really hard and there's nothing. He was already good here. And then the sacrum, when I go right beside the bone, easy bud, and push down towards the ground, now I can push as hard as I can and there's no give at all. That's how your horse should be. So all those places should not be painful when you push towards the ground on them. An easy way to assess your horse's hind end for soreness at home is if you come and find the point of the hip right here. So I like to spread my fingers out and drag down kind of near the top of the swirl that comes up from the flank here and find the point of the hip. Here's the bone you can see on her. So go just above the bone and behind and push pretty hard and see if there's any give in this. Yeah. See how she flinches right there? She shouldn't. You should be able to dig as hard as you want to into that soft tissue and it shouldn't bother her. So that tells me that there's some rotation in the pelvis and this is not exactly where it should be, and so it's causing pull, making her sore through here. You can also check in front of it from the point of the hip to the spine. If you go about halfway in the middle and check the lower back area, just this muscle right here, yeah, hers is really sore. This soreness right here in the back usually is all coming from the hind end. Usually you can have the hind end fixed by a professional and the lower back soreness is gone and this is gone. So this is a really easy way to tell if your horse needs help right there. Okay, so the point of the hip on this mare was set back just a little bit. So how they should be when you assess them, if you know that they're good. So again, here is the top of her bone. So when I dig above and behind that, I can dig, you should be able to dig as hard as you can and there should be no flinch at all and that's totally fine. And then here's the top of her swirl, the point of the hip and the backbone about halfway through the lower back. Now I can dig down in that muscle and drag across there and she doesn't have any flinches at all. This is how she should be. When you know that this is good, you can dig down the lower back here and up over the top without any give from the horse. In these videos, we are hoping to show you how you can assess your own horse for soreness and to know what that soreness may mean. If you find any issues of soreness like we have shown here, please contact an equine professional to fix them for you.
If you share a passion for horses, it's important for all of us to be aware of the federal issues that surround and impact horses, as well as the industry that involves them. Your voice, your involvement, your ability to take action when Congress or federal agencies are making decisions is crucially important to shaping the future for the horses we love and care for. Not sure how you can help? Join the American Horse Council's Congressional Cavalry today. It's our grassroots network of members, and it's free to folks like you. Join the Congressional Cavalry today and let your voice be heard.
I'm going to show you how to apply a poultice. Indications for a poultice may include an abscess or a draining track on the bottom of the foot. A poultice differs from a sweat wrap in that it's applied to the bottom of the foot, and a sweat wrap is typically applied to the lower limb to pull out inflammation. A sweat wrap usually stays on the limb approximately 12 to 24 hours and must be changed. A poultice, depending on the integrity and how it's holding up, may stay on the limb for approximately 3 to 4 days. When applying a poultice, it's important to have all of your things together prior to starting. Make sure you have a betadine or iodine-based solution or gel, Epsom salts or another osmotic agent, gloves, elasticon or vet wrap, cotton, scissors, and duct tape. This includes making a duct tape lattice so that you can easily put it on the bottom of the foot following the elasticon. To apply a poultice, first make sure that the foot is clean and dry. Then apply betadine solution or an iodine-based gel, followed by Epsom salts or an osmotic drawing agent. Next, a piece of cotton is applied to the bottom of a foot. An elasticon is then used to hold the cotton, betadine solution, and the Epsom salts in place. Followed by the duct tape lattice to keep the poultice nice and dry. Prior to adding additional strips of duct tape, make sure to notch the elasticon or vet wrap at the coronary band to ensure that there is not too much pressure. Additionally, it's a good idea to make sure that the cotton comes up above the heels so that you don't have the elasticon directly on the heel bulbs rubbing. Then add additional strips of duct tape to hold the poultice in place. Be sure to reinforce the toe with additional strips of duct tape. This is where the horse will typically wear through the poultice first. It would be important to keep the horse in a dry pen. That will help make the poultice stay on longer. Additionally, if it's wet or there's any moisture outside, to avoid any slipping, you can add additional round of elasticon on the outside of the duct tape. Typically, the poulticing process is recommended by your primary veterinarian. Please reach out to them directly with any questions or concerns.
U.S. Equestrian. Thousands of equestrians have united
to watch, to learn,
to experience,
to compete. In the pursuit of fairness, safety, welfare, and joy.
From the grassroots to the Olympic Games.
Each with personal goals, but all united together for the joy of horse sports.
Ride united. Ride with U.S. Equestrian.
I think really if you look at the history of the Steiners, we've never talked about anything but being great. We expect it.
I think everybody's goal when you start rodeoing is to win the big title. That's what we work for.
I never thought I was going to carry on the family rodeo deal, but I guess it hit me in the back of the head.
You know, when you name a kid, you never really know what you're going to get. Rocker, he could have been laid back, but honestly, he's been like a little rock star from the time he's been able to walk. He's comical, he's funny. He definitely thinks different. When he was 3, he was ready to start riding the wakeboard. I thought 3.5 might be a little bit young, but he popped right up. He was 8 years old, just tried to flip and landed it. Like, I couldn't believe it. The next year, he won the 10 and under world title. I didn't raise Rocker rodeoing. It was the furthest thing I ever thought Rocker would do. Then my dad came up with this bright idea about putting him on some bareback horses, and it's been a project ever since.
I told Sid, this is a perfect event for Rocker. It is everything you got and then more. It's a madhouse.
I would say I'm a wild person, so I thought it felt pretty good. Being 4 feet off the ground on an untamed animal, your heart's just pumping and cameras are rolling, crowd's cheering.
I didn't know when he first started riding bareback horses how serious we'd take it. I thought it'd be kind of neat to do it. The rough stock end of this, it can be dangerous. And I have asked Rocker on multiple occasions, don't do this for me. If you never ride again, I'm fine with that. He's like, no way. You can tell the ones that really want to be here and the ones that do it for somebody else. Across the lakes,
Let me tell you, rodeo is still rodeo. You know, it's still rough. But when you're ever in it in a big way, you're in it for life.
When you think about the Steiner family, my great-granddad started putting on Wild West shows. And then my dad came along, won a world title in 1973. People would come up to me and, hey, I'm old so-and-so, I was a friend of your dad's and your granddad's, and I remember calling Dad saying, man, y'all were a pretty big deal.
You don't appreciate what you even did yourself until you look back 45 years later and you go, hey, you know, maybe I was okay.
I did my thing, winning a world title in 2002.
24,000 in his pockets already at zero. Steiner gets thanks one here.
Really, just the best part about it was my whole family was there. I think that's what I told Dad. I was like, kind of know how you felt. Here came Rocker, and now it seems like we're right back in it.
It's way better watching your kids and grandkids have achievements. It's a euphoric feeling.
Coming into a rodeo like Cheyenne Frontier Days and coming out on top is just an awesome accomplishment for me. I want to be a world champion like my grandfather and dad. I wouldn't be where I'm at without them. I appreciate that more than they'll ever know.
It's a highlight every time I watch him ride. He's ready to show what he can do.
Mane & Tail's new Ultimate Gloss Shampoo and Conditioner will make your horse's coat, mane, and tail shine like never before. Developed with groundbreaking technology that you can see and feel. And best of all, these products can help keep your horse's skin healthier too. This is because, unlike other products on the market today, the Ultimate Gloss Shampoo gets down to the skin to clean and remove dirt, debris, and dander. The rich lather easily rinses, getting rid of the toughest dirt and stains. You can actually see the dirt and dander rolling off of your horse as you clean them. The system is a great way to add that extra ultra luster like no other. The results are silky, shimmering, and incredibly soft, which lends itself to your other four-legged friends too. Ultimate Gloss Shampoo and Conditioner has conditioning ingredients like avocado oil, coconut oil, and many other proteins and vitamins. The gentle pH balanced formula is safe to use every day. In fact, the more you use the Ultimate Gloss system, the better cleaning and conditioning you'll see. Especially after your horse rolls, just brush that dust right off. Even though Ultimate Gloss provides such a high shine, there's no greasy residue, making it saddle safe and allowing you to ride with confidence knowing your saddle will never slip. This revolutionary product is incredibly easy to use with lightning-fast results and a deep-down clean. For more information on Mane & Tail's Ultimate Gloss Shampoo and Ultimate Gloss Conditioner, go to maneandtailequine.com.
Like, come to the right side of that palisade there and come and jump that. And then I just want you to bend up here and jump your little green one out. Bend around this stake, obviously. And then after that, you're then gonna cruise around and we're gonna jump on our left. That left hand was the prelim one. We'll jump that 4 strides and then 3 strides to this. But actually I think in mind with where the ground is, yeah, let's do that and jump this guy, and then we're gonna walk for a second, okay? Then actually go down, you're gonna go down there, jump the middle table, and then come up here and jump that 4 strides to 3, because I want you to get up and running a little. Yep. Yes, but first we're just gonna jump that on its own, just to get him in the groove, and then you'll just bend and then catch that guy on a slight left to right angle. And then I want you to head over there, and then so that you get a little bit of rhythm and we can start to work on that compression where you need it. Does that make sense? So right away after this? No, just jump that first and we'll just assess that and then we'll go from there. Out-organize him with power. Keep your leg really tall. Come on. Okay, let's do that one more time. You a little bit didn't power up to that. You needed to put your leg on and power him up to it. And you a little bit just took your leg off and let him trot on you. Okay? So let's do that again. And this time, watch that thing, because that makes me nervous. I want you to jump this straight and then bend and then angle that so that you go off to the right. You with me? So that we don't run over that horrible big pipe thing. So have a little adjustment before you get to this fence and keep the leg into that feel. That's it. Now keep the leg strong. That's it. Nice, much better. Give him a pat. That was loads better, huh? Much, much, much better. So I think you've got to use more leg than you are used to using. Like if your legs are not spent at the end of today, then you haven't used them enough. I think that's part of the problem, is that you think your leg's on, but it really isn't. Not enough. Especially for who he is, because he needs the engine running all the time. And he's one I would be thinking, squeeze him off the ground. I would always be thinking that in your mind. Is that your leg's on, and then as you arrive at the fence, you squeeze him off the floor. Yeah, no, for real. I think he is that sort of horse. Every horse is different, but I think he is that. Right, so what we're gonna do now, go down there, you're gonna jump your middle table. If he's behind you there, then you can give him a little smack on the landing. But I think if you ride him like you just did, you'll be fine. But I want you to think about actively being conscious of noticing what your legs are doing. So that when you're arriving at the fence, I want you to purposefully think about your legs and put them on so that you'll start to notice if you aren't. Does that make sense? So we'll jump that. You're gonna come up here, get a little bit organized, that punchy canter you had before this water. Jump that fence, and then I want you to power up to this one with your leg on for the 4 and power up to this for the 3. You're gonna commit to it. Leg off the ground. So you can kind of find your way onto the better ground first. You don't have to gallop across the firm stuff. Now think about your balance. Whoa, settle, and power, and power, and go. Keep going. Oh, Jesus. Okay. just come back and do that. The first part was fine, you just didn't commit enough to the middle piece. And this skinny right here, okay? The jump in was actually good. You just needed, keep your leg on in the air as well. No, you don't need to do that again. Just to come and do this part in the water. Just go down that little strip of ground so you can get some canter going. Oh, don't gallop on that. Oh, Lord. Go! Okay, walk a sec. Okay, now what we're gonna do is the whole thing. That's what I wanted you to do. And you need to, when you jump your fence and you're in these combinations, okay, you've got to think on this horse, you're in the air, you land and you put your spurs in and you make him react. Boom, first stride needs to go. Because he's too slow off your leg, and that's part of your problem, is he's just sort of like, you know, and he's just not going anywhere. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do now. We're just gonna try something, which I think is gonna help. You're gonna go back, don't gallop on all this hard stuff, it gives me anxiety. Just wait till you get to a good piece of ground, okay? Oh dear, and we're losing hind boots. You're a good boy. Yeah, these boots you gotta put on crazy tight or they slide down. They're actually a little big for him. That's part of your problem. No, he's not crazy big. Okay, so you're gonna go back down there. You're gonna jump your one that you jumped earlier. As he takes off, you're gonna hit him behind the saddle, just on takeoff, okay? And when I say hit him behind the saddle, not, I want you to just go, wham! One big one and mean it, just as he takes off, okay? And if he runs off, which I don't think he will, don't hoik him up or anything. Then you find your balance, you get organized, take your power with you, you jump your roll top. As the minute his feet hit the ground, I want you to put all your leg into him and keep your leg into him, commit for the 4 and keep your leg in, land off that, and I want you to drive him up on the 3. And you're gonna keep your shoulders back, but your leg is all the way like you're gonna push him through the jump. That's how your leg needs to be thinking, okay? You got your plan? Just on takeoff, and then you're gonna think about like committing with your leg through the whole combination and never letting it go. You're gonna believe in the distance. Good, perfect. Good, now compress him. Compress that power, but keep the leg. Keep the leg, and go, go, and go. Okay, don't worry, just take a minute. The reason he did that was because you threw the reins at him. You did the tip forward, chuck the reins, okay? So you had the power, it was brilliant, but you've got to like stay here, okay? Lock him in, you a little bit just went. Well, you were on the 3. 100% you're on the 3. This was mega, that was awesome. Okay, just come do this guy by itself to the 3, okay? And now what I want you to think is still that same real commitment, because that was wicked, and that worked a treat, hitting him there. So, but you need to keep the same amount of leg, but you gotta stay here. Channel in between your hands, keep your body tall, and you know he has a left drift, so you're gonna hold with that left leg as you get to the fence, okay? Full commitment, on 3. The 4 was wicked, and you just a little bit stopped riding, but we're gonna get it. Good, put your eyes on it. Eyes on it, strong left leg. That was a little better. Now just come jump this on its own, okay? Come from the other side of this fence. So take that fence on your right, miss that out and just jump it on its own. And lock him in. I'm very pleased you're getting your distance now. This is a big step forward. Now you know he's going to try and drift on that, so you've got to be really strong. Well, I don't, this side, so you come in through here, so you get this guy straight. Yeah, skip out that fence in the middle. And you know he's gonna push left, so you're gonna have to fight for it. Not too much speed. Power. Whoa, slow down. Way too fast. Now stay tall. You're still dropping your shoulders, girl. Right on takeoff, you're collapsing, and then he gives up. So I want you to think that you are leaning back. Whatever happens, you do not tip your shoulders until his front legs are in the air, okay? Because this is why he's dipping out on you now. Is you get here and you flap the reins and you drop your shoulders and you release him and he tips out, okay? And you're also going like a mad woman. I wanted you to come over there, come on the other side, nice and straight. Come from that decent ground, totally straight for a long time. And then you're gonna here. Legs strong, shoulders back. I don't care if you're leaning back when he takes off. Not to tip your shoulders, okay? This is very important. We're gonna get this. This is part of the issue you've been having with him, and we're gonna get to the other side of this. But preparation, power, not speed. You were flat out into the water. You don't need to have a speed for this, okay? That's fine, no faster. No faster, that's perfect. This side of these fences. There you go. Keep that. When you get to this fence, left leg, right leg, lean your shoulders back. Stay back. Stay back. Well, at least we ran out the other side. Oh, it's because I was standing there. So now he's I think he's gone a little nervous about this. So why don't we just go and jump, let's just jump a fence to get his groove back in, okay? So why don't we just go and jump this guy, and then you can just bend around, come back and jump this one. Yeah, and then just roll him into the water. And then we need to get to the bottom of this, so I wish we had another pole. Okay, so let's just give him a nice ride without too much crazy pressure to that. Then we're gonna roll around, jump your little red one, find your way around, and then go down the end, turn yourself around, and we're gonna come and jump this, okay? But exactly the way you rode that last time was really good. Again, keep your leg on. Well done, that was good in your body. Look where you're going. Stay tall. Maybe smack him over this one. And smack him. Whoa, plan where you're going. Just go down there and sort yourself out so you're not on a wacky line. We're gonna be really straight to this in a really good place, not fast and frantic. Okay, settle a little bit, not so fast. Whoa, there you go. Get on the line early, not too quick. Put his eyes on it. You just didn't ride there. His eyes weren't on it at all. Okay? His eyes were looking over there. Okay, we're gonna try it one more time, and if we can't do it, then we'll go and do something else. Now give him a little tap on the shoulder now. Give him a little smack on the shoulder. There you go. I want you to drive your spurs into him. Go! Go! Yes! Good job. Really liked how you fought for that. Good for you. That is part of this game sometimes. You gotta fight. But there, your body position was awesome. You were like kicking him and you were back here and you were in fighting position, and that's what you gotta do. That's part of the sport. Well done. Yes, no, we needed to get that done, and that was proper riding there. You just had to get mad enough to force yourself to sit back and kick. But there you actually used your leg. I think it's the first time you've really used it. Which, yeah, but that's what you gotta do sometimes, especially when they're behind you like that, you know? You gotta get in there and fight for it. Good for you.
Your horse, your friend, your companion. It's about trust and a bond built with care and hard work.
Georgina Bloomberg with
Competition brings out the best in both of us. Confidence, determination, and the sheer will to win. This is where we shine.
8 strides it is for Georgina Bloomberg. She is through.
Mane and Tail have been my go-to products for as long as I can remember. Make them part of yours.
U.S. Equestrian. Thousands of equestrians have united
To watch, to learn, to experience, to compete. In the pursuit of fairness, safety, welfare, and joy.
From the grassroots to the Olympic Games.
Each with personal goals, but all united together for the joy of horse sports. Ride united. Ride with US Equestrian.
Good, and circle, shoulders up. Shorten the right rein a little. Shorten your right rein a little.
I was traveling from Brussels, Belgium to Florida in the US. When I arrived at the baggage drop-off, I was standing right next to one of the first bombers who detonated 2 explosions.
And we're interrupting the programming right now with this breaking news that is coming in literally right now from Belgium, Brussels, where the airport, the international airport there in Brussels, has been shaken by at least 2 explosions. Reports say one of the blasts took place near the American Airlines check-in desk.
After the explosion went off, I was knocked out for a little bit, but when I came to, I remember seeing all the dust and the fire and just the ash all over the place, and it was very dark. And I remember looking up at my legs and seeing that my right leg was broken. I couldn't see my left leg. And I knew that I was burned and bleeding, but I didn't realize just how bad it was. My body was in pretty bad shape. Both of my legs were shattered. My ankles were in pieces. My legs were literally hanging on by a thread. I was bleeding out. I had holes all over the place. I had shrapnel in my head, my face, and my arms, all over my left side. And in my legs, I have some pretty bad holes. I learned that one of the guys that was with me in the ICU literally had to pump my heart with his own hand to keep the blood flow going, because I crashed and they had to bring me back. They didn't tell me about the right leg, but my mom made the surgeons tell me about, literally take me out of the coma and tell me about losing my left leg. And apparently I was in tears, and I really didn't want it to happen, but we didn't have a choice at that point. And that was at about 2.5 weeks after the accident. My right leg was amputated in sections because they tried to save as much as they could, but they finally amputated where I'm at, at the level that I'm at now. I had about 10 days after the accident. Oh, I was crying every day, all day, for about 3 weeks after coming out of the coma. Yeah, just crying because I knew what had happened, but I couldn't fully comprehend what my life was gonna look like after that point. My biggest thing was when was I gonna be able to get back on my horse? Yeah, I mean, I was severely depressed. I really didn't know what life was gonna look like. It was a dark time that I managed to come out of with the support of my family and friends. It was at about 3 months after the accident. The American ambassador to Belgium came to visit me. And we just started talking, and she talked to me like I was a real person, which was really nice. She didn't see me as any different and saw the possibilities in my life. And she's the one that said that Tokyo was coming up and she really wanted to see me there. That was the light at the end of the tunnel that I was looking for. So with Dee Dee, her coming to the hospital, that was at about 5 months, 5 months, 5.5. I was recently out of the ICU and now into the rehab, and more depressed than I had ever been. It was the most depressing place I had ever been to. Just not the place to be for a 17-year-old. So when Mom brought Dee Dee to the hospital and surprised me, I was almost in tears. And when she came out, she came close to me and gave me a kiss. Just like that. Yes. That's my girl. Love her more than anything. Oh, it was the boost that I needed. It was the reminder that there was someone waiting for me. And she was the one waiting. And that was what I needed to boost me back to life and just get me back to where I needed to be. Horses helped me through the accident by being there and giving me hope, which is something that I lacked a lot of. And having hope is really hard to find. And having the horses around, they give me something to thrive for. When I'm riding, I feel free. I feel normal because even though my legs don't work and I use whips as my legs, I don't feel like I'm a disabled athlete. I feel like I'm a real athlete. That feeling of being one with the horse, and just being able to fly with the horse and dance is a feeling that is hard to explain because it's so dear to my heart. In all of the experiences in my life, I've learned that I am a survivor. I am a person that thrives in competition, thrives through pressure, and even though I want to give up sometimes, my mind just continues and my body continues. Because I can't imagine myself stopping and not living the life that I'm living now. My name is Beatrice de la Valette, and I am U.S. Equestrian.
I had no idea really what Pony Club was about. Until you're in it, you don't really know.
My mother needed a way to keep me, shall we say, entertained.
All you're thinking about is horses. It's almost an obsession.
If that's where the horses are at, that's where I'm gonna be.
They do notice the people, but they notice the horses first.
When she found her friends in Pony Club and found a lot of self-confidence, no one was able to touch her.
I see with my own eyes the development of young leaders to come out of this organization. They get stuff done and they give back to the community.
It's the skills, the confidence that they build for what they need in their lives, and that's what's important to us.
Well, I do this because this is who I am. I am Clark Kent currently. When I put my show clothes on, I am Super Julia.
Thank you for joining us on Horse Week.
Horses just mean the world to me. I just have an emotional attachment to them that I don't have to other animals. When somebody says, "Can you help with this emergency?" it's really hard to say no when you know in your heart you can do it, you have the room to do it, you have the resources to do it. My husband and I started the rescue in 2006. We helped people rehoming horses to begin with and adopting out horses. We decided to move to Snowflake, Arizona. We got more property and we were able to bring in more horses. We're the only rescue in the area to service Apache and Navajo counties in the outlying areas, and those are the two poorest counties in the state.
I really never thought we'd have this many animals. It is a lot of work, and the horse always comes first.
We've got no paid employees, no staff or anything of that nature. And so we depend on the community to help us in volunteering. And so we have a lot of retirees or people that work and want on the weekends to be able to spend time around horses.
Christine and Larry are so dedicated in making this a successful rescue. They go above and beyond to help the equine. They work day and night. If they get a phone call in the middle of the night, they're out immediately to help.
I am able to bring the nursing services to the table as a veterinary technician that a normal rescue can't. So we're able to take in emaciation cases, hospice cases. Last year we brought in a week-old foal that had been attacked by a cougar and restored him back to health, and he's doing just fine. And so we get asked to take in a lot of different cases. A month ago we brought in a horse that was hit by a car and he's recovering. They come here, we become the hospital ward. We provide the medicines, we provide the nursing care, and we work with the veterinarian as they're going through their healing process.
The hardest things are the neglect cases and the injury cases. It takes so much time and the constant worry about how the horses are going to end up doing and are they going to survive.
In horse rescue, you're typically dealing with horses that have more issues than the normal horses. With emaciated horses, they have skin issues, wound management, they need hoof care. Good boy. Absorbing has been a wonderful provider to us with a donation of wonderful products to help with getting their health back, skincare products, fly masks. The products are fabulous. We're just absolutely tickled, and we can't thank them enough because it's made a huge difference for the horses and donkeys here at the rescue.
It's just amazing to me to see the changes in the horses, to see them just sparkle again from the care, from the food, from the physical therapy they get. It's just so rewarding that it just makes it so much easier to come back all the time.
There's no way you can explain how it feels to be able to know that you have given them a life again. They say, you know, do what you love and you won't work a day in your life, and that's what we do. We do what we love.
How do we help horses thrive? We tackle problems using science. Plus, our love of horses keeps us working until we get it right. Even with our most established feeds, we keep innovating. Even when it takes years of research, there is always more to learn. Our PhDs are dedicated to the scientific method, but it can't capture the feeling of seeing a horse reach their full potential. It takes science and love, each pulling its weight, to help your horse live their best life.
Sonny Bitterbow, he was one of the first horses that I got to see Martha run, and he was a great horse and he had a lot of heart.
She's placed in every go so far. All right, she's leading.
A 16:57 we had to beat, and
To me, he didn't look like he was really going that fast, but he was so smooth that he could stop the clock.
Next to go is the lady that has set almost times the record. Here she goes. It's 133.53 on.
I was blessed to have the opportunity to have Sonny after CB. They were totally different, but they were both winners.
Now Martha Josie, Karnak, Texas. She's going to do it again tonight. Take a run at him.
Right, I tell you, look at the heart in this horse.
That's just what it's going to take. Martha Josie makes very few mistakes in her career. That's why she is one of our great world champions.
We made the National Finals Rodeo in 78, 79, and then in 1980, that was the year I said, I'm going to go try to win the world.
When you say Martha Josie, you're talking about a rider. You are talking about barrel racing, particularly.
I had gone to a lot of rodeos and a lot of quarter horse shows.
I'll tell you what, she's going into the second barrel, real tight.
I ended up winning the American Quarter Horse Association, their championship.
The most prestigious award that a quarter horse can win, and that's the World Championship.
At that time, I'm qualified for the NFR, and I think, well, okay, now I've won this one. Do I really need to try to win the other one? Of course. I get to the national finals. Lynn McKenzie and I are neck and tuck. She's a student, so I'm really proud of her, but I want to beat her. It was down to the 10th run, and all I've got to do is not to hit a barrel.
You know, most people would have gone out there and gave a lot of room and been cautious, not Martha.
First barrel, Sonny slips. I barely get him over for the second barrel.
She is hustling this horse through the pattern like her life depended on it, and that's what makes her special. She goes for it.
I'm thinking, I want this run, and I want it bad. I asked the policeman, did I win? He said, they just called out, Martha Josie won. And then I threw up my hands, and I had actually won the world.
Congratulations. It's been a long haul for you. Tell me, how does it feel to be that world champion barrel racer? Oh, it feels great. And I've just got to thank the Lord and my husband and my mom all at one time today. Thank you.
It's special to be able to win the WPRA World as well as the AQHA in the same year.
Sonny was the only horse in history to ever win both. That record still stands today. My dad, he was looking down on me and realizing that, yes, I was doing everything he wanted me to do, and I was really fulfilling that dream that he had for me. It was wonderful. After I won the world in 1980, I came home and I was riding a young horse. Something spooked him, he threw me. I woke up in the hospital in really, really bad shape. Broke this right arm, broke my pelvis in several places. First thing the doctor said, you definitely will never ride again, and you will probably never walk again. That was really devastating. Now I'm in a wheelchair.
Medical doctors looking at her condition and telling her, you know, this is really bad. But they didn't know who their patient was. They didn't know it was Martha Josie.
A lot of people would give up. You never want to give up.
I think we're a big family. Like, we all take care of each other. And, you know, just between the horses and the people in the industry, I think it's a great thing.
You always love the horses, but the people become a larger part of your life. And it's like a family around here.
It's definitely given us a common bond and something that we can do together.
It's just a great breed and a great family of people to be involved with.
It is my passion, it's my everyday, it's my way of living, it's my life, it's my business.
I've been able to make my living with my hobby, and that's been the most wonderful thing in my life.
It's my whole life. It's not really, you know, an option for me anymore. It's just what I am.
It's easy to be proud of the best horse in the world.
We are AQHA proud.
I am AQHA proud.
We are AQHA proud.
I am AQHA proud.
I am AQHA proud.
I am absolutely 100% AQHA proud.
To be part of a cowboy legacy for me and my family is a way of life.
We enjoy what we're doing, but there's no secrets but hard work.
To be able to carry on that legacy, I try to stand by that.
The roping to me is not that important. Wanting to be a good person, the roping will take care of itself.
At Dressage Today On Demand, we have more than 3,700 videos that you can watch when you want and where you want, from any computer, tablet, or mobile device. Our vast video library can help you improve your dressage basics, polish your Grand Prix movements, and become a better overall rider. Learn the tips from the industry's top experts, including Laura Graves, Stefan Peters, Carl Hester, and many more. Try your free 10-day trial. Visit ondemand.dressagetoday.com.
In phase 1, I will be working with my daughter Noelle.
on the horse Cervelo. We will be doing a series of 6 exercises that really focus on developing relaxation, as relaxation is really the first effect that we want from our aids, to have the horses relax and accepting of the aids. We will go through 6 very basic exercises, they're all very simple, and finish it with some stretching exercises to test the effectiveness of the work. I have found that these exercises are really beneficial both in teaching a young horse to accept the aids and also to help a novice rider understand how the aids work and how they influence the horse. Good. In this first phase, it's really the most basic exercises. It's really, again, introducing the horse to the aids and the rider to the aids. And the first way a horse should respond to the aids is to relax and to accept the aids. So we have a series of exercises, 6 very basic exercises we call the kindergarten exercises, that will be done in the rising trot. And they will also be done using the rhythm of the rising trot and using the rhythm of every other time the rider sits. So I would ask Noel if you could go ahead, put them together a little bit to make a transition to the trot. And when you're ready, go ahead and take the rising trot and just stay on the 20-meter circle. These exercises are best done on a 20-meter circle. They can be done with the rider riding free, or they can be done with the rider on a lunge line. Good. And then have the reins just a little bit shorter. Good. Yeah. Good. And let them go to your hand a little bit. So first I want you just to feel the rhythm of every other time you sit. So every other time you sit is now, 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 right? If you could just say that. Say now every other time you sit, so we have the rhythm established. Now, now, now. Good. Yeah, one more time, a little bit more precisely. So it would be now, now, now. That's much better. Good. It's very important to understand that the horses really respond well to rhythmically applied aids. So it's that using the trot to establish this, using the rising trot to establish a very simple rhythm, if we could say. So the very first exercise I want you to do is to introduce the horse just to their inside hand. So every other time you sit, just gently close the fingers on your inside hand. So it would be now, now, right? That's the idea. And I want you to repeat this 6 times. And as you repeat it, we could say a very simple phrase that tells the horse what you're trying to do, what the goal is, and it also lets the rider know what the goal is. So every other time you sit, we could say, close your fingers and we could say, horse, here is my left hand, right? So good. In one more time. Horse, here is my left hand, right? Good. And then I want you to go to the outside hand and the same thing. And he doesn't have to bend it at all. He just has to acknowledge that you have a right hand. And remember now, of course, when we do it with the outside hand, it stays outside. So the horse has to stay consistent in its bending and its positioning. I don't want him to bend right as you do it, but he should just accept that and soften his jaw and accept, not too much with your hand, not quiet in his neck. Try not to let him get too deep here. Let him go to your hand a little bit more that he doesn't get too deep. Yeah, not too deep. And then you could say with the outside hand, which of course is your right hand. And you could say, horse, here is my right hand, right? Good. So then I want you to go from there, from the inside back to the inside. So inside hand and inside calf, and just gently close your calf. And all we're asking is for that the horse accepts the pressure of your leg against his side, and allows you allows you to begin the idea of thinking about creating bending. But first, just that he accepts your leg, right? So if we go to the inside, again, I use a very simple phrase. Or first, we could just tell him what leg you have on. So we could say every other time you sit, we could say, horse, here is my left calf, and not so much with your hands, right? Just a gentle closing of the fingers, just gently, right? I don't want him to swing his head and neck. I want everything to stay very quiet, and he just accepts it. Or we could say a slightly different phrase, but every time it's six words or 6 syllables, so very quiet. Don't swing his head and neck, and it would be horse, relax your stomach, right? So that the idea is the inside hand, inside leg working together should make the horse very soft on the inside of their stomach and inside of their belly or through their rib cage. And then we go to the outside again. So these exercises alternate inside aids and outside aids with the idea of surrounding the horse, ultimately and putting him between your aids. So very quietly, every other time you sit, close the fingers very gently in your outside hand. Press and close your outside knee and thigh against the saddle, and without turning his head and neck outside, right? He stays in the same bending. He has to accept the right aids as outside aids. And you say, horse, here is my right knee. Right, and let it good. And then I want you to go to the inside, an inside hand, an inside knee. And we could tell him again that you have a left hand and a left knee, or we could tell him what are we looking for? What are we looking for him to relax? And so in rhythm with your left hand closing, just the fingers very gently, as if you're squeezing water out of a sponge, but very gently. And then left knee and thigh pressure, you could tell the horse, relax your shoulders, right? Good, very good. So inside hand, inside knee should be able to relax the shoulders. And then finally the 6th exercise, again we go to the outside hand and outside calf, and just very gently close your outside leg against the side as you close your fingers. Again, don't bend them to the outside. Yeah, we don't want them bending outside like that. I wanted to say true bending on the line of the circle. And you could tell the horse as you use your outside hand, outside leg, horse, relax your stomach, right? Good, and yeah, good. So we very quietly just surround the horses with the aids, inside aids, outside aids, in a very systematic and rhythmical manner. Now you can test this, and every other time you sit, give a little bit with your inside hand, right, with the inside rein, and we encourage the horse to stretch down a little bit. And you think, horse, stretch into my right rein, right? And then I wanted you to give on the right rein, and we encourage him to stretch on the left, and let him go even longer and lower, right? Let him stretch more, and think, horse, stretch into my left rein, and then just repeat giving on the inside, and encourage him to take more right rein and go even longer and lower. Let him go longer. Let him go longer still, and horse, stretch into my right rein, and let them go longer. And then every other time you sit, finally give a little bit on the right rein, and encourage him to stretch down into the left rein. And horse, stretch into my left rein, and there, and let him go longer. Good. So that very nice. Yeah, and down, and let him open his throat latch a little. Super. Like this. Good. And a little down. That's okay. So then you just quietly repeat. If he gets distracted, a little inside hand, a little inside leg, and you relax the horse through his rib cage. It's so important that the horses learn that they accept the leg, they accept the hand, and they relax to that pressure, whether it's the hand or whether it's the leg or whether it's the knee and thigh. And through that you learn that the hand and leg working together really influence the horse through their rib cage. The hand and knee and thigh working together really influence the horse through their shoulders. Right? And the horse should relax and accept the aids and be very quiet And the rider learns to give very quiet aids in a rhythmical manner. Okay. Very good. And then go ahead and let them come down to the walk and pat them. Very nice. Good. Yeah, super. And good. And let them go long. Good. So in the next session, then we will take this concept a step further. Again, making certain that you have the inside aids and the outside aids and that you surround the horse. And I loved working on the 20-meter circle because the bend in the line, the bend in the turning that's required to ride a nice 20-meter circle, and the consistency really help to relax the horse as well. And the steadiness of the line allows them to have a nice steady rhythm and allows them to be in a nice balance. Right.
As Marines and soldiers or airmen, you're focused on the mission. They give their country their all, and they come home, and they just seem lost.
Most of us struggle with depression, PTSD, anxiety.
I lost two things I'd really worked hard for all my life, almost simultaneously. It got so bad that I almost committed suicide at that point.
You gotta build the spirit first before anything else comes together.
We all need a mission, all of us. We get together as a team and we move cattle. And you build a team and you get the bond back that you had when you were in the service.
I go out here and I'm riding up and down these huge hills and mountains that I never thought that I would ever do.
You gotta have your mind right when you get on top of a horse. If your mind's not right, that horse is gonna know it.
If you're tense, they get tense. If you're scared, they're gonna be scared.
When you're in the military, they broke you down individually and built you back up as a group. It's kind of the same way here, the second day, you feel like you've been in this group for several years.
If you can do a week up here, you can pretty much do anything you put your mind to.
I'm Madison Uthier, and I'm the first ever breakaway roping champion at the American and the first ever women's world champion breakaway roper.
I'm Josie Connor, and I'm the 2020 Texas High School Rodeo State Champion breakaway roper.
I'm Aspen Miller, and I'm the two-time Mike and Sherilyn Johnson Vegas Toughest Champion and the 2020 All-In Breakaway Champion.
I'm Hope Thompson, three-time WPRA World Champion.
I'm Larry D. Guy, 8-time WPRA World Champion, and this is BreakawayRoping.com.
I heard something the other day from my dad that a lot of people ask him what his best win is, and he always says my next one. That's kind of how I look at it.
Everybody's always happy when they win. I think that's one of the hardest things to teach or to be a part of as a parent. If you don't know how to lose, you'll never know what winning's about. To be part of a cowboy legacy for me and my family is a way of life. My dad rode bucking horses, roped calves. That was before team roping ever come along much.
We enjoy what we're doing, but there's no secrets but hard work. It's a lot of fun to rope with JD and Trey. They've got so much talent that I'd rather watch them than rope with them. To see Trey come along is real gratifying.
I'm just lucky, you know, I grew up in a good family inside and out of the arena, and to be able to carry on that legacy, I try to stand by that.
The roping to me is not that important. I want him to be a good person. The roping will take care of itself.
Dictates a veteran, great horsepower. How many of you would like to see this 81-year-old man go to the lead here? How about 883, 3408, folks? He is 81 years young and right now winning $376,000.
Another thing that you can do with your horse at home that really helps them if they have been tight in the shoulders and or tight in the base of the neck, and it also gives you information, is to lift the shoulder blade. So unlike us, this entire limb is not connected to the body by bone on a horse. So we can shrug our shoulders, but a horse cannot. So if you shrug it for them, you are actually lifting that shoulder away from everything underneath, and you're kind of separating it and giving it some mobility. And if you can't, if it's really hard to lift, that gives you a lot of information to know that there's some things locked up in this shoulder that need to be addressed. So the best way to do this is to pick up his leg. And I hold down here to begin with just to help me, but I'm basically gonna hold him with his leg without holding the bottom part. So I'm gonna let the bottom fall when I actually do it. So I'm gonna wrap my wrist underneath the leg just down from the elbow. So between the elbow and the knee, and I'm gonna grab it with my other hand, and then I'm gonna keep the leg right up inside against, you know, like right where he's holding it now. Sorry, Clyde. And then I'm gonna lift it, and I'm gonna watch the top of the shoulder blade, and I wanna see it lift at least an inch up. And it's not a big motion, it's not this major, you're not adjusting anything, you're just lifting that shoulder, and hopefully that he will help you do that. So I'm gonna lift this up, I'm gonna put my wrist under, the knees up, I'm gonna hold it there, I'm gonna look at the top of the shoulder blade and lift. And he had a little bit of a reaction there because he's got some stuff tight in there, and that tells you. He's a little bit tight in here, but I was able to lift it easily. If I lift it again, it'll lift easier. And the more you do it, I mean, not more than once a day, but the more you do it, the more they seem to really like it. In these videos, we are hoping to show you how you can assess your own horse for soreness and to know what that soreness may mean. If you find any issues of soreness, like we have shown here, please contact an equine professional to fix them for you.
I could tell a little bit stuff. I would tell her how much she means to me and how much I love her and how lucky I am to have her. She never backs down from a challenge. I love her beyond words can explain. I don't know what I would do without her. We're the best team anyone could ever ask for. We've accomplished so much in the past 9 months that I've had her. She loves going and jumping, and she's my little rocket. Perfect, good girl. I wouldn't trade her for anything in the world. She holds my heart and I hold hers.
You know, it's often said that Fort Worth just wouldn't be what it is without cattle. But your true cattlemen are going to tell you, no, the cattle industry wouldn't be what it is today without Fort Worth.
And of course, Texas history is cowboy history.
The cowboy is iconic, and Texas is one of the few places you can come and still see a real cowboy.
We try to keep the image of the American cowboy, the Texas cowboy, all alive here in the Fort Worth stockyards.
I see it as 5 links in a chain that really are the key to the history here. One is the cattle. The fort had to be built a straight shot south, those other cities. And when the soldiers left and went further west 4 years later, it had to become a town, and then the North had to use up their beef in the Civil War. All those things link together, and they bring us to the stockyards today.
The history of the drovers, I think, is one of the most romantic parts of early Western history. Right after the Civil War, there was 12.5 million head of longhorn down around Houston, San Antonio. They were free for the taking. All you had to do is round them up, brand them, and they became yours.
The North had used up their beef in the Civil War effort, had to feed a lot of soldiers, ran low. It's estimated for every 6 people they had up north, they had about 1 cow at that time. While in South Texas, for every 1 person we had about 6 cows. A cow down there at that time was only worth about $4, but if you could get that cow from down there south of San Antonio all the way to Abilene, Kansas, you could sell that $4 cow for about $40. Simple economics, supply, demand. Here come the drovers up what today would basically be Interstate 35 West, the Chisholm Trail.
And this was the most important stop. Halfway point, last place that the drovers could come in, restock for the last drive, which was over 400 miles through Indian country. Fort Worth became known as Cowtown.
The Spanish explorers brought longhorn cattle in particular because they're a very hardy, healthy type of cattle. They could survive ocean voyages better than other types of cattle. No cattle on this side of the ocean, they're not native. First cattle over here. On his second voyage, 1493, Columbus brought those cattle. Perfect for that climate, perfect for the cattle drives. Said to be the only cattle that could gain weight walking from South Texas all the way to Kansas. They're unique. No 2 of them have the same coloring or horn shape. They all have horns, bulls, cows, steers, doesn't matter.
Cowboy was just a good way of life back then. So you'd see a wide diversity of folks. Over 25% was Black Americans at that time. In fact, there was also women on the cattle drives. It was a tough occupation for them to do, very dangerous also. The worst parts of it was crossing 11 rivers. You could get up to a river, you might get into quicksand. You could go across the rivers and the cattle could panic and push you under and drown you. And then I guess the world's worst was going across and hitting a lot of water moccasins that would kill you before you got out of the water. So it was a tough, different kind of life. Took a different kind of breed to do that. That was the American cowboy. The first railroad in the stockyards, what a great story. You would think, oh, is it Texas Pacific or the Union Railroad or what? It was the people of Fort Worth. The people here knew the value of the stockyards, so they went out on their own and worked from 3 o'clock in the afternoon to night to build the only train that was brought into town by the people of the city. They figured somewhere from 32 to 35 miles the track was laid.
After the rail made its way all the way to Fort Worth, there was no need for the cattle drives anymore. This area started becoming a stockyards.
The people of Fort Worth built the Union Stockyards in 1887. Didn't take off, they just didn't have the money to process, to buy the meats, and to pay it out on time. It wasn't until 1902 that Louisville Niles convinced the two big meat packers, Swift and Armour, in Chicago, to come down here, build modern meat packing plants, and then the Fort Worth Stockyards really took off. Originally, there was up to 2,678 cattle pens. The total number of animals being processed through the stockyards would go up and down due to demand. On a high point, we'd have over 10 to 15,000 a day coming in to be processed. Now, if it's a market day where they're buying and selling to trade to other farmers and ranchers, it could be up to 50,000 coming through here.
When Armour Swift come here, Fort Worth's population triples the first 10 years they're here.
Swift and Armour were going full force, and they employed thousands of people. They actually put ads in European papers to have people come here to Texas. We had a cornucopia of different nationalities at one time here in the stockyards. Germans, Czechoslovakian, Greek, Polish.
Thanks to them, the amount of people they needed changed Fort Worth and Texas forever. We became a great melting pot right here in the middle of the country. Right here in these stockyards, way back in 1896, the first stock show was held here on the river.
People would come from all over the state to show their cattle and bring all the cattlemen and ranchers together for quite a show here in the stockyards.
And it was not just Texas, it was people in Oklahoma and New Mexico and Louisiana. They would come here to bring their cattle.
The stock shows developed for the breeders to raise the best looking stock, but it's a chance for all the breeders to get together and socialize. The popularity of the stock shows created the need for a venue to have the stock shows, and that's why the Cowtown Coliseum was built.
The Feeders and Breeders Show was the original show that it did here in the Coliseum. The first indoor rodeo was held here in 1917. Bull riding was introduced to rodeo in this building.
All the people have been there over the years. Enrico Caruso, Hank Williams, Bill Pickett, Quanah Parker, Teddy Roosevelt, Elvis, 1955, played there twice. They crammed 7,000 people there.
Armour, Swift, Louisville Niles, Greenleaf Simpson, they knew the most important part of the stockyards would be the buying and selling of the animals. Let's face it, that's what it's all about. Well, to make that happen, the heart and soul of the stockyards was the livestock, the exchange building. So this was built in 1902.
It housed several banks and a telegraph office and the commission office.
Commission office was simply a place where you had to buy and sell cattle. You couldn't do it on your own. Here you had to have a commission person. You wanted them to barter or broker the best deal. So that's where the term got going on of you being my stockbroker. One part of the building was a bank. In fact, so much money was exchanged here, there's 3 safes in the old building. Each safe is big enough to hold 31 adults standing up. A lot of money. So this became known as Wall Street of the West.
Now they're coming in here by rail. People are buying, selling, processing cattle here, and it's pretty good. It's Cowtown.
Now, we were doing pretty good, but then the war came overseas in 1916. Folks over there needed big draft horse and mules to pull the cannons and caissons. We became the capital of the world for selling horses and mules. After the war, when folks went back home, most of them went back to the farms and the ranches. We continued to be the leader in the world for selling horses and mules. If you're here on a normal day in the stockyards, you're going to see cattle coming and going 24 hours a day, day and night, 10 to 15,000 a day.
As the crowds grew, supporting industries, restaurants, boot makers, saddle makers, hat makers all moved in. So the people that came to attend the stock shows had somewhere to spend their money. M.L. Letty entered the scene and created what still stands today.
M.L. Letty's is another icon of Texas.
M.L. Letty was my grandfather and came here to Fort Worth and opened a store here in Fort Worth in 1941. It was in the heart of the Fort Worth stockyards, the crossroads of everything cowboy. If you were selling cattle, buying cattle, and it was always a mecca of places to purchase things cowboys wanted. Tack, riding gear, handmade boots. To this day, it's a great place to do business.
Cattle business boomed here for decades, and beef is a fundamental component of our economy. Its success hinged on the Wall Street of the West.
All that changed starting in the 1950s. Then we had modern roads.
After World War II, President Eisenhower quickly started the interstate system. Started building great highways all over the country, which meant you could have a little packing house anywhere, and it's what we have today.
The cattleman was able to get an 18-wheeler or gooseneck trailers, move their cattle locally to smaller meat lockers or feed lots, and so that started drawing people away from Fort Worth. We didn't need the trains anymore, and things just got tougher and tougher. Then it all came to an end.
They had newer plants in other places, so they chose to shut these down, and it put thousands of people out of work. After the packing plant shut down, this remained a stockyards until about the mid-1980s, and they had their last big dispersal sale. And then it was just abandoned, more or less. The pens were falling apart, the wood was rotting.
When they left here, this area started crumbling, a lot of gang activity, drug activity, homeless people looking for shelter. It was rough.
It just wasn't any place you'd want to bring your family.
Two people, Charlie and Sue McCafferty, saw what was happening. Charlie said, "Sue, we're going to lose everything unless we start a North Fort Worth Historical Society." They did. They got a lot of people to join with them. And then we started saving some of our history. Now, at the same time, the Hickman family came in and started buying up some of this land.
Holt Hickman purchased most of the property on East Exchange from the Coliseum East and started bringing it back up so that it was a safe place for people to come and visit. And once people realized the tourists were coming here, that's when they started opening businesses down here again.
They were able to get the old hog and sheep barns, remodel them, bring in different stores, and so it all started again.
We get so many visitors from literally all over the world that come in and want to see the American cowboy. Well, they want to see Texas the way it ought to be, and that's what we try to give them. The daily cattle drive is part of the most beautiful set of longhorn cattle you ever saw that run twice daily here in the Fort Worth Stockyards.
The Coliseum is essential here. It's just a key part of the history here and what's still going on today. For a lot of people, it's literally their first rodeo.
Our main goal in the Fort Worth Stockyards is to keep things real, keep them authentic. Our rodeo is as much fun to watch as any rodeo in the world. It's got the flash, it's got the sizzle, it's entertaining, there's events for kiddos. We're proud of what we do, and you'll see the best cowboys in the world here too. Because these guys are tremendous athletes, they are tremendous competitors. They're what made us and what brought us here. Wherever there was cowboys, there was music.
This is Billy Bob's Texas. It's the world's largest honky-tonk. We've been open 38 years, just had our 38th anniversary, getting ready for our 40th anniversary in a couple of years. Billy Bob is sort of the heartbeat of the stockyards. This is a 120-year-old building. They built airplane parts in this building in the 40s for the war effort. In the 50s and 60s, it was a Clark's department store. They got famous because the stock boys wore roller skates to get around. In '81, the world was just thriving in Texas because of the oil and Dallas, and everybody wanted to be a cowboy, you know, so Billy Bob's became big and strong. We do about 120 concerts a year, from country music to rock and roll to traditional country. We had great names in country music. From the first weekend, we had Willie Nelson. The Gatlin Brothers were the first band ever playing this building. The first New Year's Eve in '81, we had Bob Hope as the MC, and Chuck Berry and Johnny Cash were the entertainers. Billy Bob's is a must-stop for all big major country acts that they come through on their tours, and we sure appreciate them wanting to come and stay here. A lot of tourists that come in to see what we do, but still in this market, there's a lot of real cowboys that come around to see our great country music and to be part of our honky-tonk experience. You can go see live bull riding on Friday and Saturdays and then turn around 50 minutes later and go see a major name in music. It's pretty unique. When you stand at the door and people come in every night, it's, you know, not only do the locals come see the concerts, but a lot of tourists that come in from Iowa and Florida and Germany and Brazil and Spain, from all over the world. And we owe it to these people to make sure that they understand it's a really culturally sound position. We keep the stockyards' heritage and culture and history alive, and the tourists that come in to see what we do, they deserve to see the authentic piece that we've got.
I believe the stockyards took an identity on its own because of the Texas cowboy.
Everything that real cowboys wear serves a purpose. The hat is to shade them from the sun. Boots are to protect them from the thorny mesquites and the cactus. Sometimes they'll wear chaps for that same protection. A belt is obviously to hold their pants up and to wear their buckle on. A lot of them in the wintertime wear what we call a wild rag. They're generally made out of silk, because silk blocks the cold wind and it keeps it from blowing down your shirt. On the cattle drives, they would take that wild rag and tie it around their face to keep from breathing the dust. Everything a cowboy wears is actually a tool, and it's become a fashion because people admire the iconic cowboy so much.
The single most important thing about a well-built pair of cowboy boots is quality. There's nothing like the fit of something that's really, really made for you.
Good-fitting boots are comfortable, and they fit like a glove. And if you're gonna wear them all day and work in them all day, that's something that you have to have.
Let's face it, we're not going to sell 3,000 horses a month out of the stockyards anymore. We're not going to process cattle here. Now, we're the last place in the United States that has a stockyard buildings. By using them, by using our history here, bringing in tourism, we're going to be able to reconfigure the stockyards for a more modern way of looking at both the history and the present. This exchange building is still famous today in its own right because it's still known as Wall Street of the West. If you want to see one of the best auctions anywhere in the United States, come here approximately every other Thursday. Superior Livestock still has auctions here in this building. Actually, it's broadcast. We're kind of modern nowadays. And so instead of bringing the cattle here, we've got videotapes of them. And this is broadcast to all of Canada, all 48 states, and all of Mexico.
The sale barn closed down years ago, but we still have auctions here in the exchange building in the Fort Worth stockyards, and we offer at auction over 1 million head of cattle annually, over $1 billion that flow through this office annually.
When people come down here, I believe the thing that they're seeking is to touch with the old West. The American cowboy still just brings an excitement to a lot of folks. You know, they hear the jingles of the spurs, the rhythm of the hoofbeats with the cows, just to look at what it was like and imagine all the stuff that happened down here.
There are tons of wide open spaces here still, tons of animals, horses, cattle. It's just that wide open free spirit, I think.
I would beg to differ that the American cowboy or any kind of cowboy is a dying breed, only because I see it every Friday, every Saturday. Thousands of people that come in here, not just tourists buying our cowboy hats, but guys that come in here wearing their boots and jeans and spurs, whether they've been in the rodeo or they've just been out riding their horse. It's not uncommon to see a guy walk around in spurs in this building. Maybe I'm blind from what's outside of my circle of influence, but man, the American cowboy ain't hurting down here at all.
All the cattle business and the ranchers that still come with special sales, the cowboys and the bull owners are all still coming, and that romance is shared all over the world.
Thank you for joining us on Horse Week.
The Rising Star program, brought to you by Absorbine, recognizes exceptional young United States Pony Clubs members for their hard work, dedication, and passion for the equine industry. The United States Pony Clubs Incorporated is an educational organization which builds the foundations of teamwork and sportsmanship through riding, mounted sports, care of horses and ponies, while developing and enhancing leadership, confidence, responsibility, and a sense of community in its youth and adult members. This year's winners are Sarah, Tyler, and Genevieve and Michaela. 11-year-old Tyler is a D2 member of Bluegrass Pony Club from Paris, Kentucky. He has been a member since he was 5.
And the reason why I like animals or horses in general, I have a very good bond with them and I just love them a lot. Right now I'm helping Pony Club from doing fundraisers to helping my Pony Club rally team, and I've helped them by tacking up the horses, making sure they can do rally. I enjoy how nice they are and sweet. And it's like they almost have their own personality. And, well, they do actually. They have their own personality. They're like big dogs.
He has been a member since he was 5. Tyler's favorite rally is tetrathlon, and his favorite United States Pony Club activity is simply getting to ride and spend time with horses. Sarah is a C1 in the eventing track of the United States Pony Club in the Carolina region.
I think I've made a positive impact in Pony Club by helping HB, HA, B, and A candidates achieve their national level certifications. Additionally, the barn where I ride and where our Pony Club meets is a county park. A couple of years ago, the county was going to close the equestrian facilities here, but a group of us rallied together and we were able to save our barn. Horses are special to me because I love the challenge of building a relationship with them. I find it really special and rewarding when a horse you've been devoting a lot of time and energy to trusts you. I also love the challenge of setting goals and achieving them together. I'm so grateful for the experience of being with horses and the experiences Pony Club has helped me to have.
She has been in Pony Club for 4 years and has been riding horses for 6 years. In her free time, Sarah is generally out at the barn working or riding her horse, Walter. 11-year-old Michaela holds the United States Pony Club D3 eventing certification.
While participating in our family's business, I try and help the younger beginning riders by teaching them how to take care of horses, the land, and the facilities. I also help with owners by leash riding and showing the ponies. Horses are special to me because they've always been a part of my life and they're so beautiful, and I don't really know a life without them, and it's what we do.
She also represented Pony Club at the 2021 USEF Pony Finals and is a Pony Jumper National Championships double silver medalist. Michaela's sister, 17-year-old Genevieve, is the youngest person to win the United States Pony Jumping Championships at age 10.
I'm working to make a positive impact on the equestrian industry by educating myself. That way I, in turn, can help educate the next generation of horses and riders as they come up through the ranks of the equestrian industry. Additionally, through my goals and accomplishments, I'm hoping to inspire young riders as they move through the industry.
She has now moved on to winning national Grand Prix in show jumping. Genevieve is currently the number 2 ranked United States junior show jumper in the FEI Junior Show Jumping ranking list, number 8 on the under 25 ranking list, and number 51 on the U.S. Rolex ranking list. Both Genevieve and Michaela have earned national awards for horsemanship thanks to their Pony Club education. Thank you to Absorbine for believing in the mission of the United States Pony Club and celebrating young riders.
Horses are really, they're essential parts of the economy to almost all non-industrialized economies.
They're the transportation, they're the crop carrier. A lot of the communities where we work, they're carrying the milk or they're carrying the water from the well. Honduras, it's the firewood.
They're owned by people who themselves have extremely difficult lives and who themselves are going to work way too early in life and working way too hard. People are living literally day to day to day, and there's no slack built into the system whatsoever.
They do what they can, and so their animals survive the same way they do.
Access is really hard. People are in the middle of 15,000 feet on a trail with their mules, and there's no vet who's going to get up there in time to help them if they have an emergency. So people are pretty self-reliant. They're used to just problem solving for themselves, for better, for worse.
191. Okay. The people really need to be helped because they want to be helped.
All right.
This part of Cusco is called the Anta province, and the town where we're at right now is Mollepata. And this is the halfway route to get to Soraipampa, or La Pampa de Soray, which is an esplanade right below the huge perennial snow peak, Mount Salcantay.
It's pretty spectacular. There's a huge glacier. There are mountain lakes right up nearby. There's a lot of tourism in the region because of the ruins. The mules are running up and down the mountain.
Anteriormente nosotros trabajábamos lo que es la agricultura, en cultivo de papa, buco y otros, ¿no? Pero ahora últimamente nos están dedicando más al turismo.
There's a huge tourist industry there of people who want to hike, but they don't want to carry their stuff. So the animals carry their stuff, and they're good at it.
Sí, el turismo, como todos muy bien saben, es un beneficio, ¿no? Es que trae la economía, ¿no? Para cualquier pueblo.
Well, it's a tough life for these horses, and they don't really have any routine care.
It's estimated there's over 100 million working equids in the world, of which 650 million people are economically reliant on. These animals, working animals specifically, receive approximately 1% of the world's veterinary care. The value of these animals really can't be overstated. Owning a working equid can be the difference for a family being able to access medical care or a child being able to access education.
There's a direct correlation between the welfare of working horses and the welfare of the people who work with them and own them.
The veterinarians in the world are treating our pets and our sport horses. They're not necessarily in the most rural and often impoverished areas treating the animals that are actually making a lot of the world economy go round.
An equitarian is a person, by definition, whose only concern is the health and welfare and medical needs of these animals that were put before us. Horses, donkeys, and mules. So they're all equids, and they all work, and that's our basic patient.
We got together in 2008 for coffee with like-minded veterinarians, and from that came the first opportunity to really organize ourselves and speak to our colleagues.
So we brought them all together in a room in one of our conventions, and all of a sudden there were 110, 120 people in the room saying, yeah, I want to do this, or I have done it, or I do it.
We filled up the room, people were sitting on the edges, so clearly it inspired interest amongst our colleagues. I think we had enough veterinarians that were interested in volunteerism that momentum was building, and it was time.
I think most veterinarians are really empathetic, really compassionate people. They just really care about the animal health and welfare, and whatever we could do, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a veterinarian who wouldn't volunteer their time in something like that.
Our goal is to, very simple, is to elevate the quality of life for these working equids, and in turn the spin-off is for the families.
These animals are everything for these communities. And if we're affecting the livelihoods of the horses, it's a whole snowball effect just from the horse and caring for it. And we're not doing anything miraculous, it's just basic health care.
We've started off mainly in Latin America, Central America. I'm going to Morocco now all the time. We have colleagues working in India and Egypt, Ethiopia, Africa. It's spreading.
You have to have a certain amount of adventure, some spirit to even tackle any of these, far-flung communities. You can't be super fastidious. You're going to go camp. You're going to survive on whatever food you can have available. That can't bother you. That's fun for me. We try to take with us as much equipment as we can. We're limited. The transportation costs are high. How many people can we bring? And how much can we carry? We can't bring everything with us. But you're still just trying to MacGyver the situation as needed with whatever tools you have at your disposal.
At home, I don't really lack for anything. I'm extremely well equipped, and I work for people who have money to pay me to do what I do with high-tech stuff. And if I run into something I can't handle, there's a referral institution 45 minutes down the road that I can send them to, or they can do MRIs. And it's a whole different context than being out in the middle of the jungle in Guatemala and working out of a cardboard box.
If you use your basic medical skills and basic equipment, you can do a wonderful job on your own with your two hands and your brain and a minimal amount of equipment. And that's really important. Once you do it, you say, wow, this enhances your other stuff too. It makes you a better veterinarian on that end. But it gets you back to the basics of real medicine.
What we're doing is trying to take all of these action packers and making sure that we have what needs to be there in there, rather than all spread apart.
I'm organizing the needles in sizes because we have a bunch of those. And it's really hard for us, when we're working, start looking for, I need a 21 gauge. So, I need a 21.
That's what we sound like?
Yeah, exactly like that.
Our voice gets really high.
I need.
Kind of reminded me of being in vet school and enjoying the original aspect of what drew me to veterinary medicine to begin with. And was like, yeah, this is why I like what I do.
It's our way into a deeper purpose.
This trip was recently taken over by the EI, but it's been going to the community for about 10 years. We still have the same Peruvian partners. We're expanding to work with different Peruvian partners in addition to the ones that we have.
I'm on the Equines Commission of the Vida Digna, an animal welfare organization based in Lima. So through some friends, I reached the people at Mountain Lodges of Peru. And this program of helping the horses improve fit very well with what their NGO Yanapana does, because it's the social responsibility part of Mountain Lodges of Peru.
Yanapana Perú nació conjuntamente con Montan Lodges Perú. En el momento, hace más o menos 11, 12 años, Inés, ¿no? 12 años. Que Montan Lodge empezó a operar en la ruta Salcantay primero, Ese mismo día que nació Montanos, nació Yanapana, Perú.
So we use the station model. They come in, they get registered, they get numbered, so they're identified, which establishes the order they're going to be in. So then they go to a station and get a physical examination.
Here we do a whole examination, and also we do vaccinations of rabies and tetanus. So here we will know if they need to go to another station.
So this is a case that came from the intake. It was referred for extraction.
So this horse had a puncture wound of some kind.
That's a bad wound right there. So we're going to clean it up very nicely, and we're going to put a product like a menthol type of product to keep them away.
A lot of the folks who live much higher at altitude or who are running up and down the trail will catch us. They'll try and plan it so they'll be able to catch our day. It's some pretty far distances. I remember this one man who I love who comes every year. He walked 48 hours. Like he walked and he took a break and then it was 2 days to get there.
This shoe is much too small for this foot, and they don't have any other shoes. And I cannot blame them because they have no education about these things.
You know, we're veterinarians, right? We love animals. So whenever you see an animal that looks to you like it needs care, you want to go help. But when you want to go help, what does your help look like? Is it that you go with all of your fancy equipment and your people and you go in and you do it and you leave and you feel good when you do that? But what have you done to do something more sustainable than just going, like parachuting in and doing something once and leaving?
You cannot expect that coming once a year you change things. You cannot, you know. That's a naive perspective.
We do want to treat these animals to ultimately improve the lives, but looking at the bigger picture, how do we do it? Is it going in and vaccinating 950 animals? Not really. That's great. That's going to help that individual animal, but the most obvious path towards it is through education of the local community.
My profession. I am a farrier. I work for the last 40 years shoeing horses, like maybe many of you. But in our country, we have education for the farriers.
Well, I think ultimately the goal is to have some form of sustainment where we can train and teach the local people in each individual community kind of the basic standards of healthcare.
If you want to work on this, you have to know how it works inside. This is very important.
What you have to realize is that when you're there, you can't do everything. You can't save everything. You can't treat everything. You know, you may be lucky enough to be there when a particular animal has an acute problem, but you got to remember that you're leaving on Sunday, and on Monday there's going to be that same case that happens to somebody else.
We have to shape them.
The idea is to be able to establish these relationships, train some people in the community to have a little better knowledge than they had before we were there, so that maybe when that same situation arises and we're not there, there's something they can do.
Si el animal presenta síntomas de cólico, no permita que coma nada, solo caminando para que bote los gases.
I am not here to shoe their horses. I am here to teach them.
You have to be really careful that, you know, ways of doing things are shared in a respectful fashion.
We cannot come and try to impose on them, this is what we do and this is how you have to do it. We cannot do that.
If you do that, the first thing you're going to do is close the doors. And that's it. When the doors are closed, there's no chance you can make a change. Sharing experience, sharing knowledge, that should be the base of all this.
I think it's also really important to go in and look at a community and find what their assets are, what are they doing well, and support those things, and then find what their needs are, and then really try to have an impact there. And it's going to be different in every community.
I think the biggest struggle is that we don't necessarily see the whole picture, right? We don't always know what the right solution is because we don't live it every day. Really doing a good job of educating people comes down to engaging with them first, so asking a lot of questions.
There's so many things we can learn with these people. You know, they are the ones who are keeping horses and mules in these conditions. So how should I come here and tell something about how they should feed their animals if I don't even know the local plants? Probably the next step is to go with them, try to understand what is the problem, and show them how to solve the problem. The local solutions are always the best ones.
If I put these shoes on, look, the heel will not be covered. ¿Ah?
Tiene que llegar hasta acá.
Sí.
Yeah.
Anda, compra otro. Compra. Va, compra otro. He will go to buy another one.
Yes.
Sí.
This is the right way to do it.
For us, it's rewarding to be able to come back to the communities, and oftentimes the same horsemen will come back and bring you the same horses and tell you that it made a difference, and that means a lot.
We've seen husbandry practices change for the better, and we've seen body condition scores improve. We've seen the average age of horses grow longer as they are healthier and living longer. It's pretty evident that things are getting better.
One of the things that I felt compelled to contribute with was a children's educational program. They are often the owners and sole caretakers of the animals. Sometimes they had more to say about individual animals' preferences than maybe their dads or moms or grandparents did, because they knew the animals, they worked with them every day.
Los niños son muy importantes porque están viendo cómo desde pequeños tienen que sentir amor y cariño hacia sus animales.
You know, there's a lot of pride in some of these cultures we work in about how they can handle horses and how they can ride their horses. And that's really fun to hear what their animals mean for them. At the second workshop, I brought coloring books in tow that I had kids who designed and made these coloring books, and I just got to hand them out, essentially, teaching kids about equine welfare and equine care.
If we somehow get to those kids and we teach them how to treat a horse and how to train a horse, those kids are going to be rock stars. If you think about it, if you do it now, in 18 years, you could change a whole culture. So that's one thing that I think would be a ridiculous impact.
That's on one side. On the other side, this year there was a local university, local students being involved in this.
Treating the animal is obviously important, but the emphasis now is on the veterinary student. I mean, no matter how many horses or mules or donkeys I do dentistry on, it's not really going to change things a whole lot. But if I can teach veterinary students down there to do it properly, that changes things.
Porque este contacta con este, pero estos no.
Vale. Solo por darle. I had the chance to work with 3 or 4 students so far, and all of them were really great. You know, really. You don't see a student being sit and wait for the next case. If there's nothing to do here, they go to city surgery or to the intake, which is great. They want to learn.
Ahora que le hemos sacado el diente.
Nos enseñan pacientemente, ellos nos explican cosa por cosa, nos van preguntando, nos hacen discusiones, y la verdad es que, bueno, personalmente yo y también creo que mis compañeros hemos aprendido mucho.
Ponte la linterna. Quítate la gorra, ponte la linterna.
Training the students to be the vets of tomorrow that can be here, making a living and attending these animals. You know, in an ideal world, the Equitarian Initiative was not necessary because there was a local vet attending all these animals and making a living.
My dream would be that I just come to a place like this to help them with tough cases, and they have everything else handled.
You're training a bunch of veterinarians and veterinary students that you hope can then go out and make a livelihood from their work. But if people are used to getting free care, are they ever going to pay a veterinarian?
This is a big area of discussion in any nonprofit work, is how do you develop an economy around what if you're giving it away for free, it has no value. And so the Peru project, for instance, there is a charge that's made. It's a very nominal fee, amounts to about $2, which doesn't even cover the cost of the syringe for the vaccinations, basically.
It's very important to understand the whole picture and not try to take easy solutions. You change things involving the local stakeholders, making them understand how things can be different, working in a kind of positive discrimination. Look, this guy, he has excellent mules, excellent harness, and the tourists prefer these guys. And so the neighbors say, wait a moment, I'm not looking properly after my animals and I'm not winning that money, so I'll follow the example.
I think this can go a long way in many directions. I think we can create a mechanism, a model, where many other groups, led by veterinarians in all likelihood, can go out and do this kind of project that can become its own growth center.
This is a massive, massive, wide-scale challenge. The problems differ across the globe, and our approach has to be as unique as the circumstances that exist from country to country.
There are something like 125 million working horses in the world, and what we've done so far is a drop in the bucket.
There's never going to be an end to the need of work that we're doing, and getting people to understand the importance of it and see the importance is, certainly our biggest challenge. I see the need, I understand the importance of it to me, and find myself trying to sway people to my way of thinking on that.
Not easy.
No, it's not, but it's easy to try if you believe in it.
Even though each trip you might not feel like you saved the world, you might start to feel like at least you're doing your part.
I'm actually making a difference, a big difference, a huge difference, and that's pretty powerful.
ExtensionHorses.org isn't just university equine educators, but we are also farm managers, judges, competitors, coaches, and parents. And we are committed to bringing you objective, credible information and tools you can use every day to improve your life. Get answers to your horse questions from university experts, watch instructional videos, take short courses, and listen to our podcast, Tackbox Talk. For the most reliable horse information, visit us at extensionhorses.org or follow along on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
I had no idea really what Pony Club was about. Until you're in it, you don't really know.
My mother needed a way to keep me, shall we say, entertained.
All you're thinking about is horses. It's almost an obsession.
If that's where the horses are at, that's where I'm gonna be.
They do notice the people, but they notice the horses first.
When she found her friends in Pony Club and found a lot of self-confidence, no one was able to touch her.
I see with my own eyes the development of young leaders to come out of this organization. They get stuff done and they give back to the community.
It's the skills, the confidence that they build for what they need in their lives, and that's what's important to us.
Well, I do this because this is who I am. I am Clark Kent currently. When I put my show clothes on, I am Super Julia.
At Horse and Rider On Demand, we have hundreds of videos that can be streamed on any computer, tablet, TV, or mobile device. Learn training tips and horsekeeping advice from the industry's top Western professionals, all in one place. Our extensive video library covers a variety of topics, including reining, ranch riding, barrel racing, natural horsemanship, ranch versatility, reined cow horse, cutting, basic horsemanship skills, and so much more. Sign up for your free 7-day trial today. Visit ondemand.horseandrider.com.
So now that we've got our warm-up complete, I wanted to utilize the same signals, the same fundamentals that we had without the cow. We're going to add the cow to the equation, give that horse another element of something to focus on. We want his natural instinct to take effect, obviously. But at the same time, he's got to stay disciplined and be listening to me and the signals so that his form stays correct. And we use those things to prepare for when we're showing the horse's form, not only their cow instinct has to be intact, but their form while they're working is why one of the reasons that the scores differ from if you're marking a 70 compared to a 72. It's the difference in the horse's form and his expression while he's working. So all of those things come into play, but now that we've got our warm-up done, I'm gonna show you the same kind of drill, utilizing the cow as well. And if you're a subscriber, you're gonna hear a lot of the same information that we've discussed in past videos. But the reason for that is we utilize so many of the same fundamentals in almost all of the maneuvers. If you're new to the program, you're gonna start understanding that the fundamentals is number one, and then the horse's natural instinct and ability is number two on priority. So we want to travel across with the cow just like I was in our warm-up. Nice loose rein, squeezing my feet, and the cow stops. I take my feet away without pulling on the horse's head. He was watching the cow pretty good that time, so I didn't have to do a lot to help him stop. But my involvement is making sure he stops at the right place. So he and I are both going to try to read the cow the same. That's the goal. A couple steps back just to reinforce the stop. And now we'll ride to the cow, have it move. I want my horse to react to the cow without me involved. Okay? He's a little slow there, so I have to pick up. Here again, I'm just squeezing with my feet, no contact with the bridle. Take my feet off, let him stop with the cow. Now the difference between this and showing is I would have never let that cow leave that end until I was ready. But since we're training, I'm going to sacrifice where we work, more importantly how we work. So it's critical when you're riding your own horse, don't get caught up in trying to make a show run every time you ride. Break it down into pieces where I'm working on just getting my horse to guide, listen to me, and watch the cow. It doesn't really matter how it fits into the pattern of the cow horse event. We'll do that later when it's showtime. Okay, so here's a good example. When I was talking about driving the cow and staying close, and I want to keep my horse's nose tipped towards the steer, but still maintain forward motion. There, the cow checked off, so did I. I got to keep his nose over there, use my left foot. Very good. Back up to reinforce the stop. This is an excellent training cow because he's not in a big hurry, so I don't have to be either. It lets my horse think through each step. Now the thing I liked about that entire run was my horse was patient and I was able to stay close without the cow really accelerating. So let everything build. He let me press him away from the cow when we got down to that end, and that's what we were practicing in our warm-up, is sometimes you got to relieve the pressure off of your cow to get it to stop. Sometimes if you stay too close and too tight, you end up forcing that cow to try to outrun you through the corners. So I need that maneuverability in my horse. Obviously it's a little easier when we're going slow like this, but that all will hopefully feed into the live action, and when we have increased speed and increased degree of difficulty for that same maneuver to take place if I need it. So we'll try to duplicate that again. Now I'm going to go back to boxing mode here and just work on staying parallel with the cow, reinforcing that stop, and then I'm going to ride to it, make it move, and then get away from it and stop. Okay, that's just a continual, repetitious, consistent pattern of how we want those horses to work, whether it's boxing, or going down the fence, or even in the herd work. You gotta stop. Every time that cow responds to your horse's position, the stops first, and then the turn takes care of itself. All right, so this cow's ready to go down the fence again. Now we're off the fence, so I'm going to work on steering my horse towards the cow. Okay, that's just a good place to work on guiding. This green horse that's in the bridle and doesn't neck rein perfectly yet, I'm going to utilize those kind of circumstances, those situations, to take him off the cow and just make him listen to my reins and be able to steer. See how he kind of wants to tip his nose to the outside? So I might even reach down with two hands and remind him of his fundamental training of, hey, when we're turning left, or if we're turning with the cow, or if we're spinning for the reining, you have to have a little bit of bend, a little bit of look into that turn. And I want it to happen from that neck rein on the outside. And if it doesn't, I reinforce it with the direct rein and say, hey, you got to bring your nose too. That's another really critical piece when we're working cattle, is don't get so focused, so locked in on working the cow that you sacrifice your form or the simple pieces of having a broke horse, meaning you can slow down when you want to slow down, you can steer when you want to steer. It doesn't always have to relate to the cow. In fact, I like turning away from my cow sometimes just to remind the horse that I'm in control. See, so right here, when that cow moves, my horse is going to want to go with him, which is correct. I want him to think that, but at the same time, I want him to be able to listen to me and steer away. It's not just the cow dictating where my horse is going to be. I've got to be a good leader, and I've got to be able to guide him at any moment. You know, and that really comes down to being safe when we're going down the fence or working cattle with high speed. You have to be able to guide your horse to keep yourself safe sometimes.
At Dressage Today On Demand, we have more than 3,700 videos that you can watch when you want and where you want, from any computer, tablet, or mobile device. Our vast video library can help you improve your dressage basics, polish your Grand Prix movements, and become a better overall rider. Learn the tips from the industry's top experts, including Laura Graves, Stefan Peters, Carl Hester, and many more. Try your free 10-day trial. Visit ondemand.dressagetoday.com.
Hi, my name is Anna Buffini. I'm a 26-year-old Grand Prix dressage rider from San Diego, California, and today I am demonstrating how to ride squares with your horse. So first is my young horse, and basically I'm using the square to teach her how to collect, how to turn, how to go forward off of both legs, and the importance of riding a square in that in a circle we can kind of lean, we can kind of fall, we can kind of just meander through a turn. For a square, you have to be going straight, you have to prep for your turn, you have to turn, and then you have to ride straight out. And you have to do that over and over and over again. And what it teaches the horse is that it has to collect, it has to move forward off the leg, it has to be on your aids, and everything comes up faster than what you actually think it's gonna come. So once you're turning at one letter, you have to straighten before you hit the next letter. Otherwise, you might as well be riding a circle and just falling into the next turn. So for the young horses or beginner horses or lower level horses, it's so important that you start riding more squares with them so you don't make your turns sloppy, so that you put all of your aids on. Also, besides training the horse to turn and to collect, it teaches you to put all of your aids on. Because once you try and ride a 90-degree turn, you're gonna learn that if your right rein isn't on, if your left leg isn't on, if you're missing some kind of aid, your horse is gonna fall all over the place because it's a very sharp turn. Be very specific about the turn. I imagine literally a square line in the arena, and I'll go from one letter to the other. And I see a 90-degree turn as I'm turning, and you have to bring the horse's shoulders around, and as soon as they turn, you have to ride from your leg and your seat to your hand straight out. And then you get a few steps of straightness before you have to collect a little and then turn again. And for the young horses or for the beginner horses and riders, you don't have to ride upper level collection. You don't have to bring them way back and turn and overface yourself and your horse. You just have to have the idea of turning. And you'll see with my young horse, the more she did it, the more she got used to it, the more she collected. She rocked herself back before the turn. So it's not overfacing your horse, it's teaching them how to turn more, how to be more on your aids, and it's going to really bring your horse up to the next level that you're wanting it to go to, and it's going to give yourself and your horse more harmony. It's going to make them more on the aids, and you're going to be training them in such a great way. Showing her the square pattern we're going to make. You just point her, and then you really have to make sure you straighten once you're on the long side. And after let her, you really turn a little more than you think you have to, and then really straight. And then really turn, and then really straight. Both legs on. Close your fists, really turn here, and really straight. And she's such a baby, she really doesn't understand it. Or if you have a lower level horse, you really ease them into these turns at first. Just show them the pattern. They're so used to going on circles. Show them that they're going to have to turn a little bit more. And already, she's understanding she has to really turn and listen to my aid and go straight. And really turn. Wait longer than you think you have to before you hit the rail. And then really turn. Straight. Both legs on to go straight. Wait, and then really turn. And then straight. The corner, the shoulder in the corner. Good girl. And really turn here. And really straight, 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 and then turn. Straight, 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 collect, turn. And it takes them a second to figure it out. It's awkward and it's a little unbalanced, so your legs have to be on when you're turning. Really turn that shoulder and then straighten. And then really turn the shoulder and then straighten. And here, really turn the shoulder. Make sure you go straight here. And then you turn the shoulder. And if they're falling a little, it's okay. They're learning it. But really think about turn. Don't let yourself fall through this turn. Stay super straight and they'll help. You'll help them. Stay super straight as you're turning. Good girl. Super straight in the body. That's a girl. You can see it's a little awkward for her. And it's hard. But this is what's going to help her learn to collect. Okay. Really straight here. And then you turn. You can change up where you do your square. It's okay. Good girl. Depending on like where they are, just switch it up. And then turn. And then straight. And then turn. She didn't know where we were going there. And straight. And then turn. And straight. And turn. And straight. Good. And then make sure you don't overdo it. Give them a little break. In between. Good girl. Make a big fuss. And it's okay if it's a little messy like that. This is her second time ever doing it. She's only broke for like 6 months. Good girl. Good girl. Give your brain a break, give your brain a break. But now she's going to have it a little bit more in her head. We'll try it on the other side. Make sure you keep both sides pretty even while you're doing this. Don't school one side more than the other. Good girl. Got my letter down there. Put my leg on. Close my fingers. Really turn that shoulder. Just really straighten. And really turn the shoulder. And really straight. Legs on. Legs on. Good girl. And really turn. Good girl. And there she collected way better than the first time we tried it because she's getting used to it. Good. Really turn that shoulder around. And then turn. And ride. Good girl. And she did those ones so much better, so much easier. She gets a nice little break for that. Good girl. Good girl. So just make sure you really introduce it if your horse is young or if you're on a lower level horse. Don't force it. Just show them the pattern. Have a square in your head. It doesn't mean they have to follow it absolutely perfectly, but they need to have that idea by the end of the exercise that they have to turn when you ask for the turn. And they have to go straight. And they have to turn when you ask for that turn. Yeah, good girl. Yeah, she's good. Good. Oh, oh, oh. You walk nice. Good girl. Good girl.
I'm honored to be on Weaver Leather's team for Horse Week.
All right, just for a little bit of context, Nick does a great job. This is a show jumper. She's done through the, what, meter 30s, has she? I think so. Yeah, she's done through 135. And with the jumpers, obviously she's got an incredibly good hind end, so that's not something I'd ever be critical or look to change. If she were to be an event horse, certainly that would bring you some challenges. We've had a couple in the past that have been along the same lines, not quite so extreme as that, and they can be really challenging with a drop landing or a hanging log or dropping into water. With all those horses, especially on that drop sort of situation, is that you'd really want to support their head and honestly try and push their butt down mid-flight. For the jump application, it's really not a huge downside. It's tricky with her because when she gets the tiniest bit behind your leg, then she starts to get squirrely, and that makes it very, very unpredictable and difficult to deal with. But the same concepts in a less extreme case would be used with a very large majority of the horses out here. The question was asked as far as veterinary stuff. She's had a very extensive workup, and she's absolutely in perfect health. It's just basically her breeding would lead most of the lineage in that bloodline do tend to exhibit very similar behavior. So it is what it is, but frankly, she's got so much scope and it's just very, very easy for her. So it's a pretty special horse. She wants to always be just a fraction on the hollow side, right? So don't be afraid to be just a little more insistent, basically. She stays in a rounder shape. Just stop for a second. And then just in between, I probably think kind of as far as amount of contact, right? Kind of there. In a real basic thing, coming to the fence or sort of through the turn, sometimes she gets a little squirrely, gets a little left, right, whatever. I think just wrap your leg on her, and even if it ends up being a fraction more into your hand, so into like that, and I would just basically stay there. Now, if you're coming out of the turn, I think primarily you got two options. One, either distance is good, or if you at all feel uneasy that it's not looking great, just think settle and keep her as straight as possible. And honestly, if she gets a little bit under it, especially at home, whatever, just let it happen. And just stay there. Try not, especially with a horse like her, to ever think you're going to move up to it. He'd rather almost be a little off of it, maintaining the same balance, and she's just going to jump a touch bigger, but she's then going to land in balance. And I think that's the key or the gauge of your success should be the canter quality, sort of 2 strides on the backside. So if on the backside you feel like you're getting towed away, okay, well then you probably were subpar balance on the front side and potentially had to push her, whatever, that made your job a lot more difficult. So why don't we just try, we got a little circle here, trot poles, and then just basically a 20-meter circle. Trot poles, wrap around, trot, you're gonna trot the little rock oxer, but land turning, so you're just gonna remain on the circle. The jump's just gonna happen to get in the way. Yeah, exactly. So you then land, obviously a couple steps canter, back to the trot the poles. Good, so just a little bit more bend, touch rounder. Good, so you have just a fraction sort of inside flexion, and then everything as far as turning then happens with your outside rein, outside leg. And just the same sort of feeling you got there, just wrap your leg around her. If she feels like she stalls in front, it doesn't matter, little leg. Good, and then turning. Good, totally cool. And then back to your trot. So basically, regardless how it happens, I want you to stick to the circle. So potentially it's a little sketchy, or she lands out of balance or whatever it might be. The turn actually in the end is going to help her a lot. Yeah, keep turning. Good job, keep turning. Good, and then flowing into the trot, keep coming, big step. So the moment she's committed to the trot, wrap your leg around her and think a little bit larger step. She often, when she goes to add, is she sort of stalls and stabs the ground, and then you end up without any power at the base. Good, good, and then back to the trot, now flowing, better, really good. Good. Excellent. So then after the ox, you're going to hook a left. So same idea, just a left circle, probably 15 meters, so you're not into the arena. Good. And one more time trotting it, and then we'll just end up on a canter figure 8 circle. Yep, turning. So you're going to sort of just tighten down, especially on that left circle. Tighten down the size a little bit. Good, so you're just going to alternate directions over top. So you're going to land cantering, this time land cantering right circle, oxer, land cantering left circle. Yep, and you're going to just keep turning. So everything's going to end up on a tighter, shorter approach. Basically just let the circle be, that's totally cool, perfect. Good, now turning, and let her go a little bit. Yeah, good. Good, and turn in. Yep, good, and then land left circle, left lead. Totally cool. Good. Oh, so you're gonna left lead. We can just go canter from now on. Yep, you're good. Good. Easy. Excellent. Good. Good. And now just settle, right? Just a little slower. Almost feel like you're on the verge of her breaking to the trot. Good job. Good. Good. Let her flow now. That's a perfect canter. Keep this all the way to the base of the jump. Keep coming. Good. Then easy. Totally cool. I love it. I don't mind at all. If the distance isn't perfect, again, just shoulders back, wait for it. Just close your fingers on it. On the right circle, you can be outside of those rails for this time. Good. That's awesome. Good. Keep coming. A little bigger step, and you're going to be outside the red trot poles there on the right circle. Good. Good. And then flow, flow. Let her be. Let her be. Good job. There it is. Good. That's your canter. Easy. Good. Okay, good. And then let her walk. So it's tricky on the landing. If you've gotten there well, right? She actually lands often at a pretty good balance, but she tends to land and almost like she lands in a hole and stalls for a second. Right. So in a weird way, not that you want to put a lot of leg on, but think about just wrapping your leg, sort of almost hugging her with your leg, and think about press her away from the fence for the first sort of 2 steps. The moment she's into a normal canter, then just ease off. You go hands off, just let her continue. Yeah, I mean, she's got a wicked hind end. When you really have it, yeah, I mean, I got knocked loose a couple times too. I mean, it happens, right? So probably just with a big grin on your face. Yeah, I mean, well, it happens. But the thing is, when that happens, just know that she's going to land almost like she's doing a little bit of handstand. Right. The first step away is not going to be as big as you would like. Right? When you get that really exuberant hind end situation, right? She almost does, yeah. So you've got to think on a, yeah, well, we'll get right to that. But on something that's an open distance, we'll talk about it when we get there, but think about keep coming in with an open step first off so that you can remain sort of the same or just ever so slightly quieting as you're coming to the fence always. One more time, we'll do your figure 8 cantering. And just think probably from the time sort of mid-flight until like here-ish, you're just wrapping your leg around her. Then the moment you've got a stabilized canter, then you can go light with it. On the turn, I totally get it. Once she sees the jump, a lot of times she'll start to cut left or right or whatever it might be. As that happens, then same idea, actually start wrapping your leg around. You might have a slight increase in contact, but you're just trying to keep her body as straight as possible. Got it. Just wrap your leg, just stay there. It's okay, doesn't matter at all. Press her, yep, good. Good, now you're neutral. Good, now a little support with your inside leg especially. There you go, beautiful. That's all right, press her away, good. Excellent, one more turn like that. So again, now little right, left leg, press her up to your hand. Good job, good. That's all right. One last jump. Just think straight over top. She's anticipating now the turn, right? So she wants to cut in. So just guide her, keep the contact the same. Good job. There it is. Perfect. Good. Okay, good. Let her walk.
There's always been an undying loyalty between horse and horseman. It's a partnership built one day at a time through pure and honest dealing. Whether you ride for work, trail, or competition, Weaver Leather manufactures quality products built from only top-grade materials and always backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. Because your tack is the only thing that comes between you and your horse. Ride the brand with Weaver Leather.
There have always been valor men. In the last 150 to 160 years of American history, we've called a lot of that group of people cowboys. You don't have a lot of places where you can look and see that American spirit, where you see it as vividly as you see it in the American cowboy.
Ken is a man of character, and he's always put family first.
Faith and family, it's just who he is, and he's just committed to it. And he loves horses, he loves people, and he travels a lot, but his faith and his family all come first.
I don't remember falling in love with horses. It's just something that has been a part of me my whole life. As a very young child, my dad and mom had a very small piece of property in the center of a large pasture that belonged to the Tillett family on the TX Ranch just north of Lovell, Wyoming. My earliest memories are of sitting up on the red rock ledges watching those horses. And I really believe that that is a lot of where the understanding that I have of horses comes from the hours of observation of watching horses work.
One of the most distinctive things about Ken is he definitely functions well as a teacher, instructor, coach, but he won't leave it at that. He cares about people, and you can sit down with Ken and talk about the rest of your life, and he'll take an interest. Down underneath all of the horsemanship is a guy who cares about other people, for real.
Growing up horseback my whole life and never not being without horses. As I came into my teenage years, cowboying and ranching were all I ever wanted to do. So at 14, I started training horses for the general public. A man that went to our church, an older gentleman, Hank Sifford, he had been in the horse industry all his life. He had been in race horses, he'd been in high-end performance horses. He gave me 2 pieces of literature, Horse Training Science, phenomenal book, taught me a ton, but he also gave me a pirated copy of the Farnham-produced John Lyons video round pen reasoning. And that video changed my life. I'd watch that video for 5 minutes and then I'd go out and work the horse, and I'd watch the video for 5 minutes and work the horse and rewind and back and forth until I could duplicate what was happening on the video. That process taught me a lot about horses, taught me a lot about learning and understanding the horse, but it also introduced me to the world of natural horsemanship, which up until that point was not a concept that I even began to have. And I started on that path of studying horses my whole life. So I signed up for clinics that John taught. I spent the next couple of years in the back seat of his pickup going down the road and virtually living with him, learning from him. And I couldn't have asked for a better mentor, better friend, better guide. I love the whole family. And so it just gave me a very solid trajectory.
My family met the McNabb family, I think about 15 years ago. For my grandpa's 60th birthday party, the family wanted to find something that could incorporate the whole large family into an event that Grandpa would enjoy. So my dad found an advertisement for fairly local horseman named Ken McNabb out of Lovell, Wyoming. He found that advertisement in a John Lyons magazine that I had been reading, and he thought, well, let's try this. We'll do a horsemanship clinic for Grandpa's 60th birthday party. Poor Ken probably had no idea what he was getting himself into. Ken actually came to our place for a week and was so patient and so great at entertaining a very large family of small children for an entire week. So that's how we first met, and things really have grown from there.
There are 4 generations living and working here on the ranch, and we bought this in 2007.
The Diamond McNabb Ranch Horse Sale is a partnership between Ken McNabb and Diamond Land and Livestock. We've been doing it for about 13 and a half years now, and typically we sell 80 to 90 horses each spring.
The story about the partnership started in the Beartooth Mountains during 3 days of a violent summer storm. And we were on a pack trip with he and his family, and we were confined to the tents. So oldest son, Kip, who's Haley's dad, and Ken got to talking, and Kip turned to Ken and said, what do you want to do with your life? You're a good trainer, what do you want to do? And Ken said, I've always wanted to have a horse sale.
I always had this daydream of breeding my own horses instead of trying to go buy them. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you know how to produce a good horse, to have your own venue, to sell them to other horsemen, to people who are learning, growing, or need a nicely finished product?
So out of that, this Diamond McNabb Ranch Horse Sale was conceived. So I think our first sale was in 2009.
We have an effective business partnership, but we've also become family friends.
For the True family to have been graced with the last name True is just one of those most fitting things in the world, because they're truly real people. They are true people. They are so genuine and so kind and so loving and so caring of all those around them. They have created this culture. And so in building the Diamond McNabb Ranch Horse program, that was what they brought to the partnership as much as anything. I brought a knowledge of horsemanship and a reputation and a following, a crowd, an audience, but they brought a 1950s style, trustworthy, dependable. To give you this example, we have a $1 million sale every year. There's not a signed piece of paper anywhere.
For me personally, I have learned so much from Ken McNabb and from his horsemanship. It was such an enormous gift to me to have Ken kind of step in, take me under his wing, and really raise me up in skills and in life. I think one of Ken's unique strengths in the industry is that he's a very talented and very accomplished horse trainer, but he's also very relatable. I think his approachability and his down-to-earth nature, in addition to his skill level and his talent, is something that really makes him a superior horseman and a superior teacher in the industry.
Road to the Horse is the evidence of the last 40 years of people studying and trying to change the horse industry as we know it.
Road to the Horse is a competitive colt starting event. You have a very limited window of time in which you're able to work with a colt that has never been halter broke, never been saddled, never been ridden. So each competitor is out in the arena side by side amidst their peers who are working on the same program.
In 2008, when I went to Road to the Horse the first time, I coined this phrase, and that is no regrets horsemanship. We're not going to do anything here this weekend we're embarrassed by. We're not going to do anything here this weekend that we feel bad about. We're not going to do anything here this weekend that we have to apologize for, or that we have to apologize to the horse for. I've been there 3 times, and it has been a privilege and an honor each time. definitely the highest accolade type honor of my life.
In the Road to the Horse format, I think one of the things that sets Ken apart and makes him unique is that he's started everything from Mustangs to backyard ponies to working ranch horses. So he does have a lot of breadth of experience, and I think possibly the thing that makes him most unique in that environment is his ranching cowboy background.
So when we went to Road to the Horse this year, I'm looking at all of these horses now in person. And this guy came up to me and he said, "What do you think of that horse?" And it just came out of my mouth. I just said, "He's a dandy, I love him." And then I just stopped and I said, "You know what? I just named him." I absolutely love that horse. And so I got the horse.
I think it's awesome that Ken was able to buy Dandy his Road to the Horse colt and bring him back to the ranch to work with him. And knowing all of his backstory and his history of being started in a competitive environment, and then being able to get well-rounded in the ranch work and in Ken's day-to-day life is going to be really fun to see where they come out.
I have a long list of people who have already said, "I want that horse." And to be very honest with you, I don't know if I'll ever sell him. There's nothing about him that I would change. He's a really neat horse with a big heart, a huge desire to work for you, to work with you. He just has a natural desire to love people. Horsemanship is, throughout the ages, kind of been a secret, and it should never have been a secret. It should always have been something that was available to the masses. I'm not going to give up cowboying, I'm not going to give up ranching. I love cattle, I love horses, but helping people understand their horses is what I'm going to do my whole life. Arriving at this point where people start referring to you as a horseman is a lifelong marathon. To go back to that 14-year-old kid who wanted to study horses. That 14-year-old kid turned into an 18-year-old kid who was working on ranches for $800 a month. That kid was an $800 cowboy, and that's who he still is. To this day, if you want to know who I am, I'm that $800 cowboy who has spent my whole life studying horses.
There's always been an undying loyalty between horse and horseman. It's a partnership built one day at a time through pure and honest dealing. Whether you ride for work, trail, or competition, Weaver Leather manufactures quality products built from only top-grade materials and always backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. Because your tack is the only thing that comes between you and your horse. Ride the brand with Weaver Leather.
One of the most common questions I get asked is, it's common knowledge that when you start culture in a ring snaffle, where I go from there is I continue to progress them through training on the 2 and 3 year olds, but I'll, not this one in particular, but after I come out of a ring snaffle, I'll go into something like a 3-piece snaffle like this. It's a lot of times, I don't think there's one on this wall, but just a regular snaffle, basically a two-piece snaffle, will have a lot of pinch to it. And a lot of times colts aren't just kind of like this. A lot of times that'll pinch down on the bars of a horse's mouth, and they might not love it. So this is kind of an in-between. There's some tongue pressure here, some pressure on their bars, and you can kind of start feeling at that point what they prefer. I'll start with my curb strap pretty loose. And when I get them, I'm still riding two-handed in something like this. And as I start moving them into being one-handed, this is probably my favorite. It's Kerry Kelly with the Al Dunning correction mouthpiece, and this bit has a lot of movement here, so it's real forgiving. It just has a good feel to it. I can flex them and bend them, and I feel like I can lift them a lot. And when I get to this point is when I'll start driving them into the bit like people talk about, because I feel like it has enough leverage on their bars that I can keep them off of it while I keep them collected. I don't really, when I'm riding in a ring snaffle, I'll ride one-handed a lot and pull them around and get them real soft, and I'll start working on collecting them some then, but I don't just make them travel collected everywhere they go until I get into something like this. And then generally coming out of that, I'll end up in one of these two. This is a miler, I believe he calls it the Liberator, is that right?
This balding, that's a Liberator. It's the same theory. They call a hinge port correction.
But it's real forgiving. It kind of cups their mouth, not like a chain, but it feels like it has a lot of forgiveness to it. And this little bit right here, it's a Sunny Silva. This most people know, but that's the purchase, the length from right here at the bars to the top, and it doesn't have a lot of purchase. It's pretty slow. Shanks are a little bit short. These copper rings are pretty close together on it, so it has a lot of feel. I like it a lot. Kind of a misconception or something that a lot of people don't understand is just how bits work in general. But like this bit right here, there's not a lot of tongue relief in it. It's narrow right here, and in the corners it's not sharp, but it's not rounded.
Flat.
It's real flat. So this bit will have a lot faster reaction time than what this one will. This right here where this curves, there's a lot of tongue relief in that bit, so it's gonna work a little bit slower. We talked a minute ago about stiff bits. The question was people having trouble getting them broke and soft or riding in this, and obviously it's not something you would ride on a horse that wasn't broke very well. But at that point, if you're riding it, your horse is going to have to be broken his sides off of his feet. You're not going to have as much one rein action. It's pretty well riding them one-handed. Like this bit would be considered really mild. There's not a lot of purchase here, not a lot of port. This angle's real low. The bars are a little bit bigger, and I say the bars because like these two bits right here have real similar mouthpieces, but this one has bigger bars, and this one has smaller bars. So really just the severity of how it feels on the bars of their mouth is this is gonna have a lot more bite to it being smaller than this will. This would almost feel a little more dull and slow in their mouth, but I like this mouthpiece because like we talked about, it's not sharp right here, but it's not really round like this. And that all really depends on what your hands are. My hands are pretty forgiving, so I would rather have more bridle and use my hand less. A lot of people are heavy-handed, and they would probably be better off with something a little more mild like that. For these bits, I see a ton of people ride them. It's Kerry Kelly, and this bit rides really, really well, but with these balls, that's just really soft in their mouth, I feel like, compared to what even this
for the
would
purchase
be.
and shank length. that bit doesn't ride very aggressive.
No.
Yeah.
And on a broke horse, that's probably one of my favorites.
These are both corrections. The Sonny Silva and the Kerry Kelly that he was just referring to. This one has a longer shank and more purchase than this bridle, but I still feel like this is a more severe. I hate to say severe, but I mean more, it's quicker, it's more urgent, and we'll get a lot more reaction.
The reason for that is the lack of tongue relief. So any leverage that they're getting from your hand is going to come down on their tongue, which is, I mean, naturally, I'd say in most cases, the more sensitive part of their mouth as compared to the bars. This bit is, I would say, about any cutter or trainer, is probably one of the most used bits ever. It's a Clapper 122. Clapper himself told me at one point the AQHA had outlawed this bit and wouldn't let people show in it because they said that the space in between these copper rings had some bite in the corners of their mouth. So he went to building, there was one, he went to building one like this, not exactly, I mean this same bit, but putting these copper rollers because they would allow people to show in this. So he said the trainers were training with this because it had some bite, but they were showing in this because it had the exact same feel, but they could get by the judges without the copper rings. But I would have to say that this is probably my favorite bit, and the shank's decent. There's not a ton of purchase, but it has a good feel. I ride my curb strap loose on it. If I'm gonna ride something like a hill horse where I want them to stay collected and stay off my hand, it's definitely not a bit that I ride when I want to pull on them. Like this, this has a great feel, but they're so comfortable with this bit that like a head horse in the box, you can hold him in your hand and they don't feel like they have to get off of it. They're real comfortable with it. And so I would say that this Clapper, this Myler are probably on, not to say finished horses, but more solid horses. They're probably the two bits that I use the most.
And put in perspective, he's talking about horses from 3 years old to 6 years old. Very seldom do we keep them past 6 years old, maybe 7 through our program. But so that will kind of help you know what range of horse he's talking about. But it goes for the same for the horses that I rodeoed on also. That's pretty much the same bit selection that I used even on my rodeo horses.
Yeah, like when I was talking about this bit, I'd say with our program, I try to have 60 to 90 good rides on them, and majority of those will be in a ring snaffle. At the very end of it, say it's 90 rides, the last 15 rides, I might ride something like this, but not ride them any different than I was in a ring snaffle. And then when I go back to them, I'll move to something like this. But I'd say for the most part, I can ride this all the way through their 3-year-old year. And then when they're 4, I'll move up to something like this, or maybe even a little less mild, just depending on the horse. But for the most part, that's my go-to. And then I would have to throw this one in there as one of my favorites. This one has a lot of, I hate to say bite, but it's got a lot of feel. That's just I could ride, if you gave me one to ride on a finished horse, heading, heeling, anything, I feel like that would probably be, that and the 122 would probably be the two that I would go with.
On our show horses, I just feel like it's some form of a correction bit or a hinge port correction, which this bit has the same. This is a straight hinge port, so it just lifts here. This bit does the exact same thing, except it bends here also like a correction. So it's really a variation of a correction. I'm gonna say that's the most used bit on our show horses, other than we'll ride the blessing ported chain occasionally. And
it's hard to talk about bits without talking about bad hands, because We talk about it all the time. A good bit is not going to make up for bad hands. People ask me all the time. I bet at least once or twice a week somebody will message and say, man, my horse is doing this. What bit do I need to ride in? I would have to say that 95% of the time it's not a bit problem, it's a hand problem.
100%.
If my horse is broke right, this is incredibly mild. If my horse is broke right, I should be able to ride him in this bit year round and never have to ride any more or less. It becomes not a matter of leverage and how much whoa or feel I can get as much as the feel that I want out of a certain bit.
If you think a bit's going to fix your problem, you will go from bit to bit, and they will be trending to longer and longer and longer shanks, because at some point, if you don't address the real problem, if you're not reinforcing the cues or the way you're using your hands, then it's just going to make that horse harder and harder in his mouth.
Yeah, and a lot of people think you can keep getting a bigger bit, but if a horse knows how to go through a bit, they're going to keep learning how to go through the bit if they want to. You're going to have to go back to the fundamentals of something else other than finding a bigger bit, because eventually you're going to run out of a bigger bit. But a lot of people have really unforgiving hands, and like a chain cups their mouth. There's not really any getting away from it. There's a lot of living with it. So like if people have bad hands, a lot of times a chain is real forgiving. A horse will get comfortable going into it. So we'll use a chain maybe on a head horse that isn't comfortable with pressure in the box, just to get them to where, we want them to stay behind their hands, but as they get ready to go rodeo, you have to score them a little different for the guys that maybe you've been to 15 rodeos and they're gonna leak, and you have to be able to throttle them across the line. They can't be so off the bit, afraid of it, that they won't let you throttle them. So a chain, I'm not saying we use it a lot, but it's something that eventually we're probably gonna use. And like I said, when I come off the 3-year-olds with that Kerry Kelly Al Dunning correction, if a horse is real soft and this maybe is a little too much for him, I'll ride this one. It's kind of got the same type of hinge swing to it. It's just it doesn't have as much bite and as much play, I guess you would say, as that one. But like I said, my hands are really forgiving too. I feel like I ride more with my seat and my legs than I do my hand. The first cue they're going to get for me to stop them is going to come from my rear and then my hand. So
I think the main thing is, I want to see the sport of team roping come as far in horsemanship, and that these bits do mean more than they have in the past, because in most disciplines, they'll talk about a bit bridle and what it does in the horse's mouth. And so when you take that bridle from a horse that has learned to accept the mouthpiece and knows the cues that goes along with it, then it has a far different result than taking a horse that kind of just got started roping on through this bit in, this chain bit and this, and then you say, well, the guy that sold me this bit said it would do this, this, and this. Yes, to a certain extent, if that horse, has learned how to accept a solid mouthpiece and knows what that pressure does, and then be able to use your feet along with it. But until then, I would stay away from that unless you're going to spend the time it takes to learn, going through the process that Miles is talking about, and really breaking one and using something other than your hands and implementing your feet and other signals. This is probably not the perfect bit for your average team roper.
I think, thinking about the reason you were talking about using some form of correction on the show horses, because most of your lateral movement is going to come from the bars. Like when you pull on the right side of his mouth, he should have to give here. And we were talking about it a minute ago. If a horse is stiff in his face, a lot of times it's because he's not good in his ribs. And so, like we just discussed, going and getting a different bit ain't going to fix his ribs. Unless you teach him the cue that the bit's giving him is associated with giving his ribs, then by going and changing bits, you're getting ahead of yourself anyway. So, but I do think that's the reason we ride a correction a lot. It's because whether we're teaching a head horse to move off our leg and face, or a hill horse to stay around our leg, or whatever it is, you're asking for lateral movement one way or another. And I think that's why we would ride more of a correction type bit over, a chain or something. I mean, this is common. A lot of people ride something like this, but you're not going to get as much feel out of this as you are, a correction. However, if you teach them to be broke right, correction, you're going to get a lot more out of it.
How do we help horses thrive? We tackle problems using science. Plus, our love of horses pushes us until we get it right. We're always innovating, always researching, even with our most established feeds. Our PhDs are dedicated to the scientific method, but to help a horse reach their full potential, you need both science and love, so your horse can live their best life.
As Marines and soldiers or airmen, you're focused on the mission. They give their country their all, and they come home, and they just seem lost.
Most of us struggle with depression, PTSD, anxiety.
I lost two things I'd really worked hard for all my life, almost simultaneously. It got so bad that I almost committed suicide at that point.
You gotta build the spirit first before anything else comes together.
We all need a mission, all of us. We get together as a team and we move cattle. And you build a team and you get the bond back that you had when you were in the service.
I go out here and I'm riding up and down these huge hills and mountains that I never thought that I would ever do.
You gotta have your mind right when you get on top of a horse. If your mind's not right, that horse is gonna know it.
If you're tense, they get tense. If you're scared, they're gonna be scared.
When you're in the military, they broke you down individually and built you back up as a group. It's kind of the same way here, the second day, you feel like you've been in this group for several years.
If you can do a week up here, you can pretty much do anything you put your mind to.
Holding a horse for a farrier or veterinarian is a very important job. There's a difference between holding a horse casually or holding the horse for the farrier or for the veterinarian for a procedure. To do this properly, when holding a horse for a farrier or veterinarian, make sure that you stand on the same side as the farrier or veterinarian at all times. This is done because if something happens or if the horse spooks, the horse will move away from the veterinarian and you as the handler. If your horse becomes agitated during a procedure, it is important to let the farrier or the veterinarian know to make sure all parties can remain safe. When handling a horse, it's important not to loop the lead rope over your hand or to insert your hand underneath of the halter, as this may cause injury. If you have any questions how to handle your horse for the farrier or for the veterinarian, please ask them before the start of the procedure.
ExtensionHorses.org isn't just university equine educators, but we are also farm managers, judges, competitors, coaches, and parents. And we are committed to bringing you objective, credible information and tools you can use every day to improve your life. Get answers to your horse questions from university experts, watch instructional videos, take short courses, and listen to our podcast, Tack Box Talk. For the most reliable horse information, visit us at extensionhorses.org or follow along on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
I had no idea really what Pony Club was about. Until you're in it, you don't really know.
Basic story that my mother tells is that she needed a way to keep me, shall we say, entertained. I have a tiny bit of an addictive personality, and my drug of choice is horses.
The feeling that I found on cross country was about getting from one side to the other and going fast, and I think that worked well for me.
I see with my own eyes the development of young leaders to come out of this organization.
For me, it's a place where my knowledge and my willingness to help determines how good I am at it.
It's not so much as being first place, but also doing your best. All that matters is you and your horse and what you're doing right then.
Shavings in the back of your...
No, thank you. I think all of us kind of went through a phase from like 8 to 12 where all you're thinking about is horses. You know, all your shirts have horses on them. You're always reading horse books. Like everything you do has to be about horses. It can be a little bit difficult because it's almost an obsession. So when you talk to other kids that are into like softball or baseball, you can't necessarily make the same connections with them as you do with other people in those kind of sports. I think she's about filled to the brim. Hay, buckets, wheelbarrow, muck tub, stall pick, broom, grooming kit, shelves, lattice, boots, bandages, bin, backpack, rug, Anna's kits. Yeah, that should be all. When I moved from Pennsylvania to Kentucky, I didn't have a lot of friends. We found out about Pony Club through one of our neighbors, and it seemed kind of perfect for me because I was kind of one of those horse crazy girls when I was like 10. It was a way for me to meet other people that were like me, but also learn about the horses that I was riding.
There it is. Welcome to Kentucky.
I started riding horses officially when I got my first horse, Amazing Grace, when I was 17. I had a few rides on other horses, but they weren't long enough to even be called a ride. It was just like you sit on the horse, they might walk around in the field. I joined Pony Club 4 years ago. I had just aged out of 4-H, and I was president of my 4-H club, and also my sister was the vice president. And when I aged out, I felt pretty bummed out because I was like, we're just getting started. My name is Emily Harris, and I'm 23 years old, and I'm from Lynchburg, Virginia.
My name is Julie Maxim, and I'm 17 years old.
Barn 14, we appreciate it.
Yay! Barn 27, 28.
Today we're setting up our tack and feed stall for our team at Pony Club Championships. And we're also setting up some of my teammates' stalls before their horses come in so that their horses don't have to wait on the trailer. We're also going to go through some of the equipment and set up the tack stall and feed stall as a team so that we can plan out the rest of our week accordingly, and everything is going to be organized and ready to go by the time rally starts.
You have to take your own initiative, you have to be a self-starter, but you also have to be like a sponge for knowledge.
Come on, girlie. Come on down. Okay.
The whole curriculum is based on teaching you not only how to ride, but how to take care of your horse. And also, bonus, you learn how to function as a team in your competitions.
Believe it or not, I was a very quiet kid. I was the person that was always like reading books, and I kind of sat in the back of the classroom, didn't talk to very many people. And then when I did talk to them, these are people that have been friends in one small town their entire lives. And I'm some weird horse girl that just came from Pennsylvania. I didn't have a lot of friends, for sure.
Well, when she was in elementary school, she always was a little bit shy. Kids would pick on her, especially on the bus. It was just nasty comments and whispers behind backs and just not being included in things.
Australia was my first horse, and every morning before school, I would tie her up to one of those fence posts and I'd groom her. And then when I got on the bus, it made me feel like I had some kind of control over my day, like I'd already done something good. And I didn't have to worry about what the other kids thought because I just groomed my horse and she was all ready for the day and she was fed. And it made me just feel so much calmer and so much safer.
She's an old soul. She's very mature for her age, and a lot of the kids didn't understand that. But when she found her friends in Pony Club and found a lot of self-confidence with being successful in Pony Club, no one was able to touch her. No one was able to bother her because she was so confident.
I probably didn't realize a lot of it till I was an adult, but in looking back, I've reflected on it. It gave me the most amazing level of confidence, sportsmanship, some leadership skills. All of those things were developed through Pony Club.
I remember being really young when my mom had bought me a stick horse. Saw it at the dollar store, and she was like, "Hey, Emily, there's a stick horse, and you want one?" And I was like, "Yes, ma'am." She's like, "What color?" I actually loved horses before. That's just the earliest memory I have. She bought me My Little Pony sets, other little horse toys, and the stick horse, which ended up being one of my favorites because it's just like, you can ride that thing.
That was the thing to make little kids happy, was to get them a stick horse and a Western hat. that was the toy that she wanted. I thought it was unusual because I was like, how does she know about horses? Because it's something that no one in our family knew anything about, no one in our circle of friends knew anything about. And so when she became interested in horses and asked for a horse, I was like, where did that come from? It was like she had asked me for a purple elephant. It was like a horse.
Around the time we first got a horse, I think that was 9 years ago. Our mom had said that we were blessed to have horses, and she wanted us to provide an opportunity for others to get in the sport. Sisters Horsing Around was a way to do that.
Hi, I'm Emily, the older sister of Sisters Horsing Around, and what you will soon come to realize is that my hair is curly and I love everything purple. I have loved horses for as long as I can remember, and it was always my childhood dream to have one.
When you're not in the horse world, you don't know where to go. You don't know where to find the information or where to start. Me and my sister are first generational horse people, and so we didn't have someone to hold our hand and walk us through it. We want to broaden the sport and be like equestrian guides for those who want to get into the sport. And even if they don't know anything about horses, we want to introduce horses to them because that plays a big part, is perception and knowing that this is available for you to do.
They love horses so much, and they love the environment. Just anywhere that they can be, where there are horses. They do notice the people, but they notice the horses first.
She got it, and Emily signed her lady.
People are constantly looking for a means by which we can have subsequent generations be successful, steward the earth, steward the world, steward the things that we do. Pony Club becomes a great vehicle for that. When one joins Pony Club, one joins as an unrated member. Then there are a series of tests, all of which are kind of standardized.
What's great about Pony Club is that it has its curriculum, and you move along the curriculum at your own pace.
Yours, make sure your stall's good, girly.
You start by learning the basics of your horse, and then you move up, you gain more skills, and as your skills expand, you start taking on more roles.
Pony Club is complementary to all of the sports because rather than the sport being the center, the horse is the center. How to take care of that creature, how to know when that creature's in distress, or how to know when that creature's happy, and all of the bits and pieces around it.
Properly secured, good.
You're gonna look so lovely. Now give me that face when you want to look handsome.
The members are exceedingly proud of whatever certification level they attain because it's a real step to go from one to the next, and so there's a real sense of accomplishment.
I had to really work to get to all of these things, and I think that's pushed me further than a lot of riders my same age because I know how I can legitimately take care of a horse by myself. I can get out of high school, get out of my parents' roof, and I'm not going to have to stop everything I'm doing.
Taking care of a 1,200-pound animal and doing it with love and compassion as well as a certain level of discipline and all that is not an easy task. And so if a child or a member, because we have adult members too, can do that, they're going to be better equipped to deal with a lot of other issues in the world. It's the skills, the confidence that they build for what they need in their lives, and that's what's important to us.
You learn how to function with a team. You learn how to ask for something. You learn how to ask for help. Because when you're individual, you don't ask for anybody's help. When you've come through this program, you view everybody else as a teammate. I believe in the base of this organization. I absolutely believe in putting kids together, teaching them what to do, teaching them how to take care of their animals, teaching them how to use the teams. And it's why my kids are in it.
There's so much about horses that, we're still learning more about horses, their personalities, their grace, their beauty, their strength, the way they communicate. I have always wanted to learn everything there is to know about horses, and it's just different aspects that drew me to them.
Coming now towards the covered colonies.
This is kind of the end of the line for Pony Club. The horse management judging gets a lot tougher. You should be able to do your turnout inspections and everything to the T. You should already know what you're doing, and it's very competitive because you're working with other people that have also made it to championships.
I do worry about her stress level, but she is learning and acknowledging that early. She used to have a lot of show nerves, and now she's figured out that if she's relaxed and she's doing well, then the horse is going to respond just like that.
If you don't have the trust there, your horse isn't going to feel that you're prepared and you're ready to go and do something awesome. They're feeling, oh, she's really tense. I don't want to do it.
You build these relationships with these horses, you understand their quirks. They are just like people, they just have a different language. And, there is always that recognition that it is a partnership. Some days the horse will have a bad day, some days the rider will have a bad day, but you're in it together. You got to be working in sync for everything to work out. You also have to recognize each other's limitations. I would say equestrians are generally very self-aware, because if you are not aware of your own capabilities, you could get really hurt.
I happen to have a very hot horse. He's a thoroughbred, and he evented for most of his life. And then when I got him, I wasn't the most confident rider. I originally wanted to event. I had an accident on cross country. I was a nervous wreck about to go on this course. And I think my horse knew that, and he kept refusing the fences. And, I had the option to ride hard to every jump and get through it, or I could get off. And me being stubborn, I said, I'm gonna ride hard to every fence. I'm not gonna get off. Well, that was a very poor choice on my part.
It was raining, and he had been refusing occasionally, but he's a hold on, let's go kid horse. They went in, and the second fence, I was down at the bottom of the course, getting ready to take pictures. And my friend was jump judging, and she called me, she said, you need to get up here. I said, uh-oh. She's like, Julia came off, and Nemo's running around.
I was on the second fence, and I had a strong approach to it, and he rocked back to refuse. And I just reached back to tap him with my crop. He kind of tried to jump his butt up to avoid it, and his feet came out from underneath him, and he fell on top of me. I could have been killed. I wasn't.
And she's like, but Mom, I'm fine. As she does this. She's like, but Mom, I'm okay. I'm really okay. Like, okay, Julia. But that was scary.
I had to choose between my horse or my sport? And I said, I love my horse more than I love jumping.
Here we go. And this is Nemo.
So we're gonna go back, we're gonna work on our dressage, and when we come back to our jumping phases, maybe we'll do better.
So yeah, this isn't all that.
Then as I got more and more into dressage, it became something that I can control, something that I can make a schedule and work on these things these days, and I can keep progressing as far as I want, and I leave nothing to chance. I think that looking at Nemo is sometimes like looking in a mirror. If I'm in a bad mood, he's going to give me a bad mood. If I'm happy to be there, he's happy to be there. I do this because this is who I am. When I put on my show clothes, I feel like a superhero putting on their cape. I put on my helmet, I put on my jacket, and that is me in my natural element. I am Clark Kent currently. When I put my show clothes on, I am Super Julia.
That horse is going to be a big part of that journey even long after the horse maybe isn't around any longer. A huge part of Pony Club is compassion. There is a sense of compassion, of bonding between an animal like that. They are loved. Sometime in her life, I don't know what it is or what she'll be doing, whether it'll be family, work, whatever, she will need to, with another human, make the same sort of pivot. And she'll know how to pivot because of her experience with that horse and Pony Club. That's the value of Pony Club. She is learning life skills that can translate to humans just as easily as it can with her love for that horse.
Good job, buddy.
The equestrian sport, aside from Pony Club, if you don't know where to look, it will seem like there's not that many of us. And when I say us, people of color.
I'm just gonna go there with the fact that we're Black. I remember thinking, Black people don't know anything about horses. And, you know, I say that, but I don't want people, I don't want the ones that are already into horses to feel like I've discredited them or devalued them. I never saw horses in our future like they are now.
Not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have grown up in an environment where they see people that look like them that ride horses. And then you have others where it's more isolated and you might be the only ones. And for us, we were the only ones. Being alone on that island, if I had to be alone, I would be alone just because if that's where the horses are at, that's where I'm gonna be.
I've been holding this back. We've always tried to instill in them a love for who they were. As young Black girls, I wanted them to know who they were. And I didn't want them to have insecurities. Because sometimes it's hard for young Black ladies and young Black girls. And so I tried to do everything that I could to support their dreams. And even though I knew that they were going to be in an environment where they were going to be different, they're just so passionate about horses and they're passionate about helping others. wanted to give them the best opportunities that I could to support them in the thing that they love so that they rode competently. Because I knew that, when they showed up, people would remember them because they looked different from everybody else.
I would try to get other people on that island because I'm like, this is such a great thing. Horses have enriched our lives in ways that we wouldn't have thought of. And just like, hey, this is something that's good that can enrich your life as well. Try it out.
Try and do everything.
I told them, I said, you see how you feel having horses in your life. I want you to do that for someone else.
When it rains, we just...
They honored that. I'm grateful for that. That they would realize what I was saying to them, the importance of it, and then they would put that into action.
My name is Emily, and this is my sister, Sarah. I'm doing Western Trail here at Champs.
Oh yeah, I heard of that. That sounds fun.
I'm so excited about it since it just came out this year. And when I'm talking to people, I like to liken it to like the Western version of eventing. So you're
Deep South region.
Deep South region.
And then I'm gonna do a video.
I started out riding Western, and when Pony Club came along, we went to English, and even though I did English, Western was my home. That's what I had started with, that was what I loved, and even though I loved English, Western just, things is more relaxed. You can wear any color, you can have any color horse, and it's just perfectly fine. All that matters is you and your horse and what you're doing right then. You can be yourself. If you are super blingy, you can be super blingy. If you're more traditional and plain, you can be traditional and plain. You don't have to always go with the set standard.
I know that because I'm a competitive person, I need to tone it down. I have to tell the little devil on my shoulder, hey, you can't yell at people. You cannot beat yourself up either.
I do have a lot of anticipation when I'm preparing for a show. I get really excited, but then I also take some time to decompress. My emotions can be like a pressure cooker and it just builds up and then I have to vent it out.
Remember, prepare them. Sit them down before you ask them to walk.
I used to have a lot of anxiety when it came to especially writing dressage tests. I would start almost hyperventilating as I'm circling the ring about to go in. I'd hear that bell and my spine would just stiffen. But the more that I've done it, the more that I've worked with my team, all I'm thinking is, you know what you're doing. I take a deep breath. I also play an instrument, so I hum my B-flat scale to calm myself down. And I say, okay, we're going up center line. At X, we halt and salute, and then we turn left.
More? Good?
I think so, but I want to double check something on there.
I have so much trouble remembering these patterns. I'm not gonna lie, it's a real issue.
I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom this time because last time I thought I had it, I forgot the last movement.
I'm thinking, where do I have to go next? And how do I get my horse to do it perfectly? So we get graded on every movement on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm not going for a 6. I'm going for a 10 every time.
Good girl.
I have to have it quiet where nobody's really doing a lot of talking to me because I can keep myself from being nervous. But as soon as someone asks me how nervous I am, that's when I get nervous. For me to like de-stress me, it's to sing. That's how I release tension and pressure and also just excitement when I'm just like, I'm so excited I can't even think.
Our next competitor will be Emily Harris, C1 Western, C2 Course Management member from Roanoke Valley Country Club. She'll be riding Amazing Grace.
Just walk.
Now we will set up for pattern number 2.
That was hard. I mean, she was bypassing to the left perfectly fine. She got to one point, saw something, went totally right the rest of the time.
At least neither of us I don't know how it went, but you know.
And at least neither of us dropped the rope.
On the other hand,
He said, me?
you are not eventing. You don't need to do your flying changes.
Maybe that's spooky at something in the middle of the arena. It might have been the butterflies.
Butterflies?
Okay, Nemo. Spooping at butterflies.
No.
It started off so perfect, too. I was like, this is the best test I've ever done.
Well, you got it back.
Hey,
you got it back.
I didn't realize he switched until we were through the third loop, and I was like, I was trying to send you messages. I was very frustrated. I really expected this test to go better. A lot of things were just out of my control, you know? I can't control whether or not golf carts go past the arena or if dogs are barking. So that's what's frustrating to me, is just some of the things that were outside of my control.
The competition for Pony Club is less about beating the other team or being at the top of the rankings at the end of the day. It is beating the standard. Did you meet your standard, or were you exceptional? Did you have a rough day and maybe you have some things to work on?
Yeah, we all want to win. We all want to do that. But sometimes the basic win is showing up and being able to compete. It really and truly boils down, how well do you take care of your animal?
This is actually part of the Pony Club pledge, and that's sportsmanship. I stand for the best in sportsmanship as well as in horsemanship. I shall compete for the enjoyment of the game well played and take winning or losing in stride. And that part is really important. Take winning and losing in stride.
That ribbon, they ordered off of a website and it's a $5 ribbon. I could buy one and put it up on my wall and it wouldn't mean anything. The ribbon's not why I'm there. I'm there to know that I did my best to build this horse, to build myself. I get there and I've performed as best as I can, knowing that I'm relying completely on myself and I've earned whatever I get.
There have been Olympic gold medal riders in the United States who came up through the ranks in Pony Club. However, what we really thrive on are the kids that participate in Pony Club, whether it's to the A level or whether it's through the D3 level. It's the skills, the confidence that they build for what they need in their lives, and that's what's important to us.
What Pony Club does so well is they teach kids to stand on their own feet. You know, you don't have your family helping you, all the ratings and the competitions. It's all about the kids working with the horses and learning to just stand up on their own and do all those things well.
A lot of our Pony Club graduates are recognized in their professions. They work in the government, they work in medical fields, they work for other nonprofits. They are known for being task-oriented, they get stuff done, and they give back to the community. I have been working in science policy for almost 20 years.
It's great to have Olympic riders who are Pony Club graduates, but it's equally important to have Pony Club graduates who are vets, who are lawyers, who are school teachers, who are presidents of Fortune 500 companies, you name it. We have them all. There are Pony Club graduates everywhere doing everything imaginable. And this much I feel quite confident saying is they are better at their jobs because of having been Pony Club members.